Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's council meeting on July 21st, 2026. Let us go ahead and take roll.
One moment. Councilmember Blower?
Present.
Councilmember Enriquez?
Present.
Councilmember Ponce is absent. Councilmember Padilla?
Present.
Councilmember Villapadua?
Present.
Vice Mayor Lee?
Present.
And Mayor Fugazi.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful. At this time, I would like to invite up President Clark Francis from the Stockton Church of Jesus of Latter-day Saints.
There we go. All right. You good? Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we give thanks for the opportunity to be here in this city council setting amidst our fellow citizens of the great city of Stockton. We pray for those who are serving us in this way, that they may be guided and directed by Thee to make the decisions best for the needs and responsibilities they have for the citizens of Stockton. We give thanks for this great country that we reside in, for the freedoms that we enjoy. We ask Thy blessings be with this council, that they may counsel in wisdom and order, and in strength and love, that they may do what is best for the citizens of Stockton. We pray for all our citizens, and especially our families that are raising children of the rising generation. We pray for these families in whatever configuration or circumstances they may find themselves in, that they may be blessed, guided, and directed, that they may nurture and care for these young people who will be the future leaders of our city and state. We ask Thy blessings to continue to be upon us as we endeavor to reach out to others in love and gratitude as we work together to build a better Stockton. These blessings and opportunities we give thanks for, and again invoke Thy help as we move forward in this way. And we say these things in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Jennifer Gass up, and she is a member of my ADA roundtable. So you're on.
Am I here?
And the mic is on.
Okay. Please rise as you are able and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, moving on to item 4, recognition, announcements, or reports. Before we get to our amazing Girl State and Disability Rights Month, I would like to invite 2 of Stockton's finest, Officer Boyda and Officer Salcedo, to come to the podium if you're here. Thank you so much for showing up today. In case you didn't know, these are 2 members of the Stockton Police Department, and the other day they helped save somebody's life. Now you might think officers do that every day, but this one I think was a little different. I haven't heard of it before, but I know Officer Boyda actually went in the ambulance with the victim who had been stabbed and was communicating back and forth, if I'm correct, with Officer Salcedo in order to apprehend the suspect. And because of that, they were able to get that person within, 15 minutes or how long? It probably seems like forever for the victim, but in your mind, how long did it take?
I couldn't recall. Maybe like that, 15, 20 minutes.
Yes.
It's really quick.
Yeah. So when our officers are out there trying to help people, we know it's their job. We all know it's their job, but I believe that they went above and beyond. Like I said, being there with the victim, comforting the victim, getting information from the victim, and I just want to show my appreciation. All of council appreciates you as well, and I just want to give you a small token of that appreciation in the form of a recognition, special recognition. is hereby presented in recognition of your professionalism, courage, and dedication to protecting the Stockton community. Your swift response in locating and apprehending the suspect following a violent assault reflects your commitment to public safety and service. Your actions are a credit to the Stockton Police Department and to the city of Stockton. We extend our sincere appreciation and wish you continued success in helping to protect and serve our city. So thank you.
And if I can, while the mayor does that, well, she's gonna get a photo and I'll say something after. If I can really quick, excuse me, officers, before you go away. I just want to say on a personal level, the individual that you did this for was one of my campaign consultants when I ran for office, and he's the current campaign consultant for 2 other people running. So I'm glad that the mayor recognized you, because this is a week where we've seen one of our peacekeepers shot, now other people that are involved in the work that we do here at the city stabbed. And you know, when you're attacked in that manner, it just is from a person randomly on the streets. This is a random act of violence. To the mayor's point, he did highlight how you riding in the ambulance with him mattered. How you all were able to catch the person, as she said, within like the first day, and the mayor responding as quickly as she did. It showed him that we care, and I think the mayor bringing you here in front of the city shows the city that we are working to make the city a safer place, and it's because of the work that you're doing that will happen. So thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, next up, we are having a group of young women that I couldn't be prouder to recognize today. We have the California Girls State Citizen 2026 American Legion Auxiliary 16. So, Mary Alt, do you want to come up and introduce these amazing young women?
Yes, it's my pleasure, my honor. Good afternoon, Stockton City Council and Mayor Fugazi. Thank you for permitting us to be here for our California Girls State citizens to receive a certificate of recognition. My name is Mary Alt, and I am the chairperson representing the American Legion Auxiliary Unit 16 and Carl Ross Post 16 in Stockton. My co-chairperson is Mrs. Diane Dunn, sitting back here. She helped me out this year. Also a member of the ALA 16. I don't think Mary Adamia is here today. For those of you who are sitting on City Council, you would know who she is. She was our California Girls State chairperson for many, many years and kept this program evolving to where it is today. Today we have 5 California Girls State students who will be seniors in the fall, representing 5 local high schools who they attended a week-long California Girls State 83rd session at UC Riverside, California, the last part of June 2026. They were interviewed in Stockton as candidates, became delegates, and then were selected to represent the following schools: Edison High School, Able Charter School, Stagg High School, and St. Mary's High School. We also have a Lincoln High School student who was sponsored by the American Legion Auxiliary Unit 291, Newport Harbor in Orange County, California. And I was just informed that we also, Manteca picked up a West End Ranch student from Stockton, and they were recognizing her at the Manteca City Council meeting. Upon their completion of the California Girls State session, they returned as California Girls State citizens. Please note some of them are wearing their California Girls State stole and honor buttons. If you have a moment sometime, yeah, of course, stand up. I have 3 girls with me today. I'll tell you what happened with the other 2. They are wearing their stoles today, the graduation stoles from California Girls State, and they're also wearing an honor button. On that honor button is somebody that is usually a veteran in their family. One, I believe, is the grandpa. Is he here? Yes. Is that the gentleman I met? I met Bob? Yeah, there you go. Good. All right. And Bob is back there. He's a veteran, and she honored him on her honor badge. And Malia, you have a button as well, and you honored her dad, who was served in Iraq. Yeah. Okay. And we have you have an honor badge too, Abrielle?
No, I honored someone that I found
Okay.
interesting
than someone that you admire. Okay, all right. So we will introduce them when they receive their certificates. This is basically the California Girls State program. They had the educational opportunity as young women to study the basic ideals and principles of government based upon the principles of justice, freedom, democracy, and loyalty, combined with the core value of service, not self. The California Girls State promotes a democratic process, honoring veterans and the military, mentoring young people, and developing self-efficacy. And I just want to make a note here that I believe that our Mayor Fugazi is an alumni of California Girls State a few years back. Congratulations on that. Please welcome the California Girls State 83rd Session citizens from Stockton, California to receive a certificate of recognition. There's going to be two of them are not here today. Ms. Gianna and Ma, they're on vacation, out of the country. Yeah, you got Abril, you got everybody's in order. Okay, so we will deliver their certificates. Yes, thank you very much.
And these are pins and certificates for the others. We'll just send them here and we'll take them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, aw. Yes, they have something prepared. Yes, they do have something. Okay. So first one up will be Araya. Let me get this out of your way. From Stagg High School, if anybody wants to clap for Stagg.
Good afternoon, Mayor Fugazi and members of the City Council. I would like to give my thanks for the certificate of recognition. I had an amazing and inspirational time at California Girls State. I hold a great amount of appreciation in my heart for the American Legion Auxiliary Carl Ross Post 16 for their efforts they made to send me and my peers to the amazing program that is Girls State. I honored my grandfather, Robert Brazel, who served proudly in the Vietnam War as a part of the Battalion Special Forces in the Marine Corps from 1968 to 1970 for the sacrifices he made to serve our country. My time there was not only spent learning of the inner workings of our governmental system, but of the future female leaders that will hold our nation in their thoughtful and inspired hands. It restored my faith in our country's future and taught me to appreciate and recognize every effort made, for it works towards the ultimate goal of liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
And Araya was one of my students at Stagg, and she was really outspoken there, and I know she's going to keep that up. So, next up we have Malia.
Okay. Go ahead and correct us. Okay. Hello, my city of Stockton. My name is Malia Nguyen, and I have learned many things over the summer, in which one of those things was learning how to be an active and civically engaged citizen of my community. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity for me to discover and experiment, both externally and internally within the fast-paced environment of LAA, California Girls State. Thank you for providing this opportunity for me to meet other passionate and driven women who want to make a change, both within themselves and the communities that they love. Finally, thank you for giving me an opportunity above myself that allowed me to break out the constraints of my comfort zone and reach for the stars. There were many things I've learned from LA, California Girls State, ranging from state filing, voting registration, government positions, and patriotism. However, I want to talk about the change that LA, California Girls State has sparked within me as a woman of this nation. My voice matters, just as much as someone else's. One vote could change the outcome of an election. One act of kindness can make someone feel seen. One more thing that's done can make everyone feel more at ease. At California Girls Day, I was a part of the campaign committee. At first, I was disappointed because I had failed to be elected as the campaign committee chair. However, we started making necklaces for our nationalist party, in which I spent most of my hours making sure everyone in the party had a necklace. In total, within the committee, over 225 necklaces needed to be made. It was an overwhelming task. However, taking action, the task was completed without fail. These simple necklaces, I got to see the smiles of many women, those who had felt seen and recognized. The best feeling was seeing the happiness of my own city girls, who accepted me for who I was and made me feel included. I love my city of Temple with all of my heart, and those girls made this experience so much better than I had hoped for. Again, my name is Malia Nguyen, and thank you both the American Legion Auxiliary and my city of Stockton for this opportunity.
April?
Good afternoon, Mayor Christina Fugazi, Vice Mayor Jason Lee, and members of the City Council. My name is Abril Rios Hernandez, and I would like to thank you for this recognition. It is truly an honor to be recognized by my city, and I am grateful for the opportunity to share my experience at California Girls State. This summer, I had a week-long leadership and government program where young women across California came together to learn about civic engagement, leadership, and public service. Throughout the week, I participated in elections, attended meetings, and worked with other girls to better understand how our government functions. One of the biggest lessons I took away from Girls State was the importance of making connections. I met so many incredible people from different cities, backgrounds, and experiences, and each conversation helped me see things from a new perspective. I learned that leadership is not just about a position or a title. It is about building relationships, listening to others, and working together to create positive change. This experience pushed me out of my comfort zone and helped me become a more confident leader. It showed me how important it is to connect with others because the ideas, friendships, and relationships we build can inspire us and help us make a greater impact in our communities. I want to thank the American Legion Auxiliary, my family, and everyone who supported me in this opportunity possible. I am grateful for everything I learned at Girls State, and I hope to continue using those lessons to serve my school, my community, and others around me. Thank you.
You make Stockton very proud. So when people think about our youth, I hope that they're watching this meeting and they see that our future looks bright. So thank you. Now we are going to move on to a certificate of recognition, a proclamation for Disability Rights Month.
Whereas July is recognized throughout the United States as Disability Rights Month, commemorating the signing of Americans with Disabilities Act on July 26, 1990, landmark civil rights legislation that affirms the rights of people with disabilities to fully participate in all aspects of community life. And the ADA has expanded opportunities for accessibility, employment, education, transportation, housing, communication, civic participation, and public accommodations, while recognizing that disability is a natural part of the human experience. And thousands of Stockton residents with disabilities strengthen our community through their leadership, resilience, innovation, service, and contributions to our cultural, educational, economic, and civic life. And despite significant progress, barriers to full participation remain, making essential that we continue working together to promote accessibility, inclusion, equal opportunity, and dignity for all residents. And the City of Stockton recognizes and appreciates the ongoing work of the Mayor's ADA Roundtable, disability advocates, nonprofit organizations, businesses, educators, caregivers, and community partners who advance accessibility and help ensure every resident has the opportunity to thrive. And now, therefore, I, Christina Fugazi, Mayor of the City of Stockton, and members of the Stockton City Council, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Disability Rights Month.
Kenneth is also a member of the Roundtable, ADA Roundtable. So go ahead, Kenneth.
Yeah, my name is Kenneth Huntley, part of the Mayor's ADA Roundtable. Just decided that it was super important to recognize this as Disability Rights Month / Disability Pride Month, and the recognition that of celebrating what the independence of people with disabilities, but also continuing the fight for more independence and to continue to make things more accessible, whether homes, businesses, streets, etc., etc. So with me here today, we have members from the National Federation of the Blind, State Council of Developmental Disabilities, and someone from the Self-Advocacy Council to receive copies of the proclamation. And thank you very much for having us today. All right, so here's one of them.
We're gonna move this that way. Okay. Towards Mayor. So have you go that way, and then I'm gonna help everyone else. Thank you. Yes. Scoot back more that way. Go straight. Jennifer. Jennifer there. Wait, no, you need to move Kenneth that way. I need to move everyone that way. Yep. Okay, right there next. Turn yours around. Go to the right. Hold on.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. And then they can get the mayor. There you go. There you go. Oh, there. Perfect.
And he took like 7 pictures when he said
One is good, right?
Thank you.
At least one.
At this point, we will be moving on to item 5, public comments.
The City of Stockton invites the public to participate in various ways. If you have any questions regarding the forms of participation, please contact the Office of the City Clerk. This is the time for public comments for items not on the agenda, announcements, or invitations. You may comment on any subject that is not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the City Council. If you wish to speak on a specific agenda item, comments will be heard during that item. To ensure sufficient public participation and conduct the agendized city business, the public is limited to 1 2-minute comment opportunity. Citizens' public comments are not a time for discussions with the council regarding subjects not on the agenda for this meeting, as the Brown Act limits such discussions. Comments made by members of the public or council may not reflect the viewpoint of the council. We ask that you maintain the rules of decorum as outlined in City Council meeting decorum policy. The mayor shall preserve strict order and decorum at all meetings. Persons addressing the council shall not make personal, impertinent, unduly repetitive, slanderous, or profane remarks to the council. Any member of the council, city staff, or the general public, nor utter loud, threatening, personal, or abusive language, nor engage in any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise unreasonably impedes the orderly conduct of the council meeting. The city council members will practice civility and decorum in their discussions and debate. A member shall not delay or interrupt the proceedings of the council or use personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks. Council members will not speak twice on any given subject unless all other council members have been given the opportunity to speak. Every member, once recognized, shall be limited in their debate to 5 minutes. Any council member who violates the rules repeatedly shall be sanctioned and be barred from further participation other than voting on the subject. Members shall not disturb any council members while speaking, nor disobey the orders of the presiding officer. If a point of order is requested, the presiding officer will ask the interrupter to state their point, and the presiding officer shall make a ruling. The rules of decorum set forth above shall be enforced in the following manner. Warning. The presiding officer shall request that a person who is breaching the rules of decorum be orderly and silent. If, after receiving a warning from the presiding officer, a person persists in disturbing the meeting, the presiding officer shall order him or her to leave the council meeting. If such person does not remove himself or herself, the presiding officer may order any law enforcement officer who is on duty at the meeting to remove that person from the council chambers. May I have Zoila Moreno to the podium, followed by Luz Guzman.
Good afternoon. I'm Zoila from Western Ranch, like everybody knows. Mayor, Honorable Mayor, and City Council. National Night Out in Starway by Great Valley School, and on behalf of our lady sponsor, Quick Quack from Western Ranch, I'd like to present a belated birthday present to the People's Mayor, Honorable Cristina Fugazi. I also would like to thank Council Padilla and Council Villapudua for their unwavering support to Western Ranch. by giving respect to members that have passed, like when you stopped by the park, where I was in District 1. I will never forget that. And I also council member via Pudua by giving respect to members that, okay. And council via Pudua for your generous donation towards paying for 3 Zumba community engagement that I sponsor. Our National Night Out is going to start with a moment of silence to honor the memory of 3 Western Ranch Zumba members that didn't receive not even a sympathy card while they performed without any compensation for 3 years in a row. Please stop the abuse and the exploitation. Thank you very much.
Luz Guzman, followed by Antonia Fields. Luz Guzman, Antonia Fields, followed by Rich Sepulveda.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members and Vice Mayor. I'd like to thank you, Mayor, for all that you're doing what is right, and you're all working hard, and you all listen to your constituents, your people, and I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate your dedication, Mayor, for your city. I mean, you go somewhere, you think about what you see and everything, you just try to bring the best here. So I'm saying we because I'm not the only one. Many of us really appreciate what you're doing and what the council is doing also. And I want to say that God loves this city. We have godly leaders in this city. Our city manager, our mayor, and then some, I'm sure most of you, and our police chief, McFadden, and Annabelle, our fire chief, and our sheriff, our DA. I mean, we got godly leaders here. So I thank God, and it's one nation under God. So I just, in the name of Jesus, bless you all.
Rich Sepulveda, followed by Jamie R.
Good afternoon, council members, Mayor Fugazi. So 2 weeks ago, I was very emotionally charged when I came in here. Again, finding my children's artwork destroyed and thrown in my backyard, I think would upset anybody. I'm a retired correctional officer, 26 years, 24 years as a sergeant. So chain of command to me is big. So if I call PD and that doesn't work and I move up the chain of command, that's how this works. That's how it works. It doesn't work any other way. I've tried. Since the last 2 weeks ago, I was told I came off as an angry Mexican, so I can understand that, but I want to apologize to absolutely no one, because what is happening to us is very, very criminal. And since then, I've had 2 people approach me, one that was in here 2 weeks prior, and they both blew my mind because they're dealing with the same exact thing. So there's a problem going on here in the city, and maybe not just the city, but the state. And it's probably bigger than that. I don't know. I was told that you guys had my information and that I'd be contacted. So I don't know what that means. But it's been 2 years, you guys. Anybody, I think most people wouldn't make it this far, because it's exhausting what we're dealing with. I only had to call the cops twice within these last 2 weeks. One time yesterday, they destroyed and vandalized all the work that I did for Gym Stars. And so as you can tell, we're under a lot of stress right now. So again, I do want to apologize for my behavior last week. I really do. And hopefully we can get some traction going here. I'm scheduled to speak with a news reporter, but I don't want to go that route. I really don't. It's unnecessary. So if somebody here can follow up and just reach out a little bit, maybe we could sit down and talk about what's going on. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Jaime or Jamie R., followed by Elena Mangaha.
My name's Jaime. I want to start by saying justice for Rocco Robinson. He was killed by Stockton PD 10 months ago. He was killed by your police officers, Kyle Rivera and Ruben Rion. And one of those police officers was facing a lawsuit for another murder when he killed Rocco. I met Rocco's mother not long after I found out about the police killing. And over 10 months, I've got to know her as one of the most strong people I've ever met. Samantha, with the support of other victims' families, there's Samantha right there, Rocco's mom, has been fighting for nearly a year to see that these officers who took her son's life are taken off the force, tried for murder, and put behind bars for prison. We're all being forced, including you, city council members, and everybody in this room, by the police and their threats of force against us, to accept that they murder thousands of people every year in this country, and that they beat nearly to death thousands and thousands more. And we're being forced to accept that because the alternative is that if we fight against it, we're the ones facing, physical violence from the police. So I want to ask all of you to talk to your friends and to your family and ask if they know anyone who's been killed by police or beaten by police. You need to offer your support to any people in your life that have been brutalized by the police and tell them that they can come together as a fighting force to stop this brutality. Because it won't end unless we bring people together. It's the strongest weapon that we have, is bringing together the families who have been victims of police brutality to say that it's enough and that it has to stop.
Please direct your comments up here. Thank you.
You guys are the ones with the power to take these officers off the force, and we're here today to demand that you do that. Because right now, Stockton is less safe with them on the streets. They're out there stalking and waiting to attack the next, person that they want to murder.
Elena Mingajas, followed by Yolanda Eamon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Fugazi and your avant-garde city council members. I think I know you all. I read all your advertising. The kids bring out their phone, but I bring out my index card so you can tell my age. My name is Elena Mangajas, and I am from District 2, and I'm here as an administrator for fund development for Friends of Barrio Fiesta. You've heard it before, but I want to use this opportunity to just give a very short narrative on how the Filipino Barrio Fiesta came about. This is a little bit of history of Stockton, and I hope everybody will listen to this. The Filipino Center between Market and Main Street was constructed as a result of the construction of the Crosstown Freeway. It was not elected to be the action to be taken many years ago. The construction of the freeway created the displacement of hundreds of Filipinos in what used to be Little Manila area, and also Chinatown of Stockton, and also of Nihomanchi, an enclave of all the immigrant groups that have come here and have lived from Lafayette south. That was the Little Manila area. So the construction came about and decimated the area, a housing for elderly of the immigrant group. So the elderly Filipinos, the early pioneer Filipinos, were hurt in this particular sad story, sad chapter. So the Archdiocese of Stockton, due to the numerous numbers of Catholics among the Filipino population, created an associated Filipino organization to take action to house this displaced Filipino elders.
Elena,
Yes.
your time is up. I'm sorry.
Oh, my time is up?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So I'd like to say that
Elena.
you're not the city council that voted for
Elena,
the
your
construction
time
of the
is up.
freeway.
I'm sorry.
Can you be the city council to give us extra funds for Barrio Fiesta, August 15?
Elena, your time is up.
Thank you. I didn't hear the bell. Thank you.
Yolanda Eamon, followed by Barbara King.
I was told this goes up. Does it? Which button? Is that the highest? Okay.
Good afternoon. This past weekend, I attended all 3 of the mayor's town halls, and I also had the privilege of participating in the People's Forum, where nearly 100 people from every ethnicity, faith, gender, district came together with one goal: to talk about how we can begin bringing hope and real change back to Stockton. At the forum, I felt something I haven't felt in a long time, which was hope. For a few hours, we stopped talking about what divides us and started talking about what unites us. We listened to each other, we shared ideas, we looked for solutions instead of someone to blame. It reminded me of what Stockton is capable of when people truly come together. But it's hard to hold on to that hope when you leave the room and return to reality. People are stabbed over a stair. Women are being assaulted while walking to their cars. Fires are destroying homes and historic buildings. Drug dealers are using minors to sell their drugs, and families continue to lose loved ones to gun violence. Then we have the media and so-called online news spreading misinformation faster than truth. Too many people believe the bold headline they read without questioning the facts. Fake, or what I call cowards, accounts stir the division and wait and don't see the consequences after. I don't feel the loss of feelings of hope. Sorry. So what now? The meetings are over. Now comes the hard part: action. I'm calling out the council, county supervisor, city manager, police, fires, and fire chief, district attorneys, and all the elected government officials we voted in, Caltrans, nonprofits that are truly doing the work with the funds received, every church leader, congregation, every school district, business, small and large, developer, judges, attorneys, community leaders, those who have been in and have the riches here in Stockton. Stop working in silos and let's start working together, because no one agency can do this alone. And finally, I'm calling on the people of Stockton. Get up, get out, speak up, and dig in. Don't wait for someone else to fix the city or your neighborhood.
Barbara King, followed by Yolanda Huang.
Good afternoon, Mayor Fugazi, Vice Mayor Lee, City Council men and women. My name's Barbara King. We need stronger transparency and clear accountability from the council members. Broken promises on consultants in September 2024. Fugazi stated we would not hire outside consultants. Yet in February 2025, right after hiring former City Manager Steve Colangelo, Stephen Salvatore from Lathrop was brought on at $11,000 a month without full council approval. Public safety realities. We keep hearing that crime is down, yet this past Thursday, a man was stabbed 5 times at a downtown bus stop. In the month of June, there were 6 murders. The rhetoric does not match the reality on our streets. Our citizens deserve to be safe in the city of Stockton. Unfulfilled promises. During the campaign, a new police substation for Weston Ranch was promised loud and clear. Now we're just seeing and hearing more contradictions and backpedaling. District 5 quality of life. On Wilson Way and Walnut Street, a local smoke shop has become the center of chaos, leaving elderly residents living in fear for their lives and well-being. Daniel Tafoya bi-weekly comments have been very disrespectful to Mr. Lee. The behavior is unacceptable. Tafoya's actions reflect poorly on his character, not Mr. Lee's. The fact that he has been appointed recently to the RTD board and other committees is highly suspicious and doesn't pass the smell test. Holding our leaders accountable and naming these harms is not divisive. It's our duty. No one is above the law, whether it's an election fraud, like in Lodi, or investigation interfering. Thank you.
Yolanda Huang, followed by Romeo.
Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Huang, and I'm an attorney, and I represent the family of Rocco Robinson. I come before you wearing red because according to the Stockton Police Department gang unit, wearing red means you are a gang member or a family member of a gang member. And that means the Stockton police can approach you with guns drawn and shoot you dead in 2.5 minutes. That's what happened to Rocco Robinson last September. He was wearing red. He was in Stockton to visit family for an evening barbecue. Red is the color of joy and happiness and celebration in every Asian culture. And he is a young man who is Lao and black. Two Stockton police officers, Ruben Rillon and Kyle Rivera, were hunting that day. They were predators. When they found someone they deemed to be prey, they left their police car with their guns drawn and fired 16 shots into Rocco's back at point blank range. Kyle Rivera emptied his clip and reloaded. Is it any wonder that people in the Lewis Park area are hostile to the Stockton police? And worse, Kyle Rivera is a repeat killer. He previously killed Tracy Gaeta in February of 2022 in a hail of 35 bullets. Now, City Councilman Enriquez, District 4 seems to have cops who kill more than once. Colby Friday was shot and killed in the Kentfield area by David Wells, and Colby was David Wells' second assassination. Kyle Rivera is not serving and he is not protecting. He has no business on the street and he needs to be taken off the streets. Rocco Robinson is the jewel of an extended family. He is a beloved son, nephew, brother, grandson, cousin, and uncle. And this family has been devastated by his death. Everyone is someone's baby. And until the Stockton police truly honor the sanctity of life, they have no business in Stockton.
Justice for Rocco.
Romeo, followed by Kalani. Romeo, followed by Kalani.
Just introduce yourself and say who Stockton Rocco was to you. Okay? That's all you
I'm Romeo, and Rocco was my big brother, and I just want justice for him, and I want the cops to be arrested.
Kalani, followed by Victoria Hernandez.
Hi, I'm Kailani. I'm Rocco's niece, and I want justice for Rocco.
Victoria Hernandez, followed by Kyle H.
Good afternoon, Mayor Fugazi, Vice Mayor Jason Lee, and City Council members. My name is Victoria Hernandez. I'm a retired elementary school secretary. And today I'm here because I want to ensure that I had some concerns about a smoke shop that is only 1/2 block from my home, and it's causing a lot of problems. So I have a statement. Ever since the AZ Smoke Shop, located at 1775 South Center Street and West 4th Street, 2 blocks south of Edison High School, a drug-free zone high school, it has brought nothing but havoc, misery, stress, and health and safety issues in our community. The smoke shop has attracted boisterous drug dealers dealing from their parked cars on West 4th Street, causing traffic problems, drinking alcohol, littering our streets with trash, debris, whiskey bottles, you name it. The smoke shop is no better. Their parking lot is littered with trash, debris, rats, mice, roaches, vehicles, and even a raccoon roaming our streets. They have no dumpster. Their parking lot is not locked or secured at day or night, therefore homeless people are camping overnight. The owners park their vehicles on the sidewalk, as well as our customers and drug dealers, blocking pedestrians and having to go on the street to get around. You see no trespassing or loitering signs posted on their building. A.J. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you.
Oh, I'm done. Okay.
Kyle H., followed by Thomas Alfieri.
Jason Lee. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, we do have timers up on the screens behind us, just for point of reference.
I'm Kyle, and Rocco Robinson is my uncle, and I just want justice for him and everyone that has to face racial profiling.
Thomas Alfieri, followed by Cynthia Gale Boyd.
Hi. I would like to recognize and commend the continuing award-winning professional reporting of Hannah Workman, a true lantern in the otherwise darkness. I want to also mention that I think Flock has been dropped by 3 cities. I was here for the Flock conversation with the lady from Flock. What they do is, or what they have done is, they sell their information to someone who sells their information to someone who sells their information, who gives it ties. So if I would like you guys to maybe follow the money and see if Flock is really worth it. Thank you.
Okay. Cynthia Gale Boyd, followed by Mary Alt.
Saying that it's a dangerous ass city. It doesn't make any sense when you cannot rely on the person that you have personally elected to do their job. Friends or no friends. I've called, I've sent pictures, I've done the videos of the illegal parking of 2 tires on the sidewalk. It's an epidemic that is almost as bad as the illegal street vending with the golf carts. We just turn our head the other direction. I'd like all of your attention now. It's completely illegal. Parking with even 2 tires on the sidewalk violates California law, which strictly prohibits stopping, standing, or parking a vehicle on a sidewalk or curb, in case you didn't know. Because the sidewalk is considered part of the public right-of-way, blocking it with any part of your car, whether 2 tires or 4, is endangering the public under Vehicle Code section, write this in here down, 22500F. Citation, fines, and possible towing should occur. Oh no. Stockton Police Department tells me it's officer's discretion now. In order for the law to remain effective, it must be consistent. That's the problem everybody talking about, is the inconsistency. Who's really in charge at this camp around here? Sister Fugazi, and especially you, Brando. It is enough. Enough is enough. It ain't no place special in District 5. It's a dangerous place to live without a substation. Drinking outside of the market that you knew about. I don't know what today is. We never know. Is it rules of decorum, or is it just send in the clowns?
Mary Alt, followed by Ann Riviera. Mary Alt, Ann Rivera, followed by Julie D.
Hello, Madam Mayor and Jason Lee, Vice Mayor, and all of you. I've definitely been a victim of a violent crime, and I'm truly a survivor. But today I would like to voice my opinion. I don't know if it's too late to voice my opinion on the name or removal of the name of Cesar Chavez. I would like you to refresh your. I would like to read something that I wrote on the day that I found out that of the accusations. It was a very sad day for me as a Chicana here, born here. My parents were also Americans, born here in Brawley, California, and they came here to work the fields and to make to have hope and to raising their families. So I'd like to read you what I wrote, my reflection on the day that came out in the news. I wrote this to my sisters in Christ in the east part of Stockton, St. Gertrude's Church. I wrote, I hope and I pray that we can reflect on all that was done by Chavez and the Huerta family, all the pain, blood, and suffering for the farm workers and their families. They showed most of us hope, and as one of those families that survived in this promised land at that time, I asked for healing prayers for those young girls who suffered more than and that are still suffering. I just hope that library will not be changed. Stockton, I was told by Dolores Huerta herself that my great-grandfather was the very first person to ever be represented in the court of law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julie D., followed by Diana Butner.
Christina, I, along with many others, was outraged during the last council meeting when you used your position of authority on the dais to demean members of the public who had expressed concerns. You referred to them as bitter and ignorant. This is in direct opposition to your campaign pledge of creating a safe space for citizens to speak. I was told by several people that they felt the comments were directed at me. A fact you confirmed yourself approximately 2 days later when you personally attacked me on social media, stating I was misinformed. You can shake your head all you want, people saw it. Promoting a narrative and basically calling me a liar. So based on statements from the mayor of Stockton, I'm a bitter, ignorant liar. Wow, I'm not even a political rival, just a grandmother fighting to ensure everyone's children and grandchildren have a quality city to live in by holding leaders accountable. Since you seem so hell-bent on impugning my reputation, I've decided to start telling the story and letting the residents of Stockton decide for themselves. There's always a chance that I may have misunderstood something, but I've been trained to trust my gut, and it's usually not wrong. Beginning next council meeting, I'll be providing publicly available documents which will provide insight into everything from campaign contributions and questionable votes to the mess at RTD. To protect myself, I will not be providing opinions or drawing conclusions, just the facts and documents to back them up. Each meeting will be a different topic, but trust me, it all ties together. Follow the money and always ask yourself why. Why would this happen? Why would this vote go this way? Or why this action was taken and who it benefits. The who it benefits is the most important. I've been advised not to do this out of fear for my safety, but sincerely, I would rather die fighting for the good of the people than live under the stench of the existing corruption and opposition.
Diana Butner, followed by Mark B.
I got my 5 minutes. Where? I get my accommodation here. All right. So, if I've looked very frustrated, my frustration is that years ago, I'm going to say 6 to 8 years ago, when I asked the question about the FM system and the new building that we had to have, and your guy tried to come and explain to me what happened, I have no idea because I can't hear him. And it's my fault that I forgot my hearing aids today. But the bottom line is there's supposed to be an FM system in place so that I can come here and actually hear what's going on. I've missed a whole bunch of stuff. And like I said, if I look like I'm really frustrated and pissed off, I am. I am, because this is not right. You know, I came here, we have a whole thing for the disabled, and I am one of the people in Stockton that I've been disabled all my life, and I have gathered several disabilities on top of that. And so to have one issue make it so that I cannot participate and hear, because I'm informed when I can hear, and I don't do sign language, and I don't, you know, I'm visually impaired as well. I had to have somebody help me with the kiosk outside. There's a lot of issues, but I too would like to be part of the solutions in this place rather than just jumping up and down. And I'm really good at jumping up and down and making noise. And I don't have a problem calling out what's wrong when it's wrong. But this is what we're supposed to have. We are supposed to have a representative government here, and I don't see it. I don't see it. And so that's what that public forum was in my mind, was to help us come and join together and figure out what we the people need, because this is our house. This is supposed to be where we get to say what we want and demand it. And when I'm sorry, I've been here multiple times to hear stories about people being killed by the police, people speaking out about brutality. I've spoken out about brutality in the past and then was pushed by the officers going out the door. So I know what that looks like. And then, of course, I was called a racist. But, you know, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the city that people are not understanding. And you know, I know that there are people behind the curtain. I know that. I've known that for years. And, you know, I don't know what to do other than offer my services, whatever they might be. And I want to do some stuff with art and help some of the kids and the nonprofits and get everybody on board to start working for we the people. Not we the council, we the people. And that's what's needed in this city. This city has got good people in it. And we need to stand together and you know, and I've said for years, I don't come here to necessarily talk to council. And so when they tell you can't turn around and talk to somebody else, bottom line, guys, I come here to have the people's voice heard. That's why I show up, because I taught special ed, but I also have a credential that's in social science, and I understand history and where we are, and it is a most disgusting place that I've ever witnessed. And I've seen, like I said before, I have seen the walls in Berlin. I saw the wall before it was torn down. I saw the bombed buildings. I saw all of that. You can't not see that. So if you don't understand where we are in this country, and actually, by the way, folks, capitalism is global. It's not a joke. So we need to be paying attention as humans, as citizens, and making our representatives do their job and represent us. So, I'm good.
Mark B., followed by Pat Barrett.
Thank you. Yeah, citizens and government officials are rightfully so concerned about air quality and water quality. I think California's done a pretty good job. We've gotten rid of leaded gasoline. We have catalytic converters. I think the air is actually cleaner since I've been in California, which is many decades. The one problem, however, that's gotten worse, in my opinion, is noise pollution. I call it this weak stepsister of the pollutions. And in Stockton, I want to specifically talk about fireworks. The state of Massachusetts, for instance, has totally banned residential fireworks. I'm not advocating that. I just want to point out that there's quite a bit of disparity across the country as far as how important it is as an issue. But I specifically want to talk about the neighbor across the Deepwater Channel, which is the Stockton Ports. They don't have one show at July 4th. They don't have 3. They don't have 6. They don't have 9. They have 12 shows, 12 fireworks shows on Saturday nights during the summer. To me, that is totally excessive. I call them and I ask them, can you limit your shows to the quieter fireworks, the ones that go up in the sky? They go, shh, but don't bang, make the bang. They said, well, they were, they kind of fluffed me off, of course. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here to ask you, when you renew the license, because I assume they have to have a license, ask them to restrict it to the quieter fireworks, have the shows. I don't know why they have fireworks to begin with. I went to hundreds of games as a kid. I never recall seeing a fireworks show. I remember seeing Willie Mays and Duke Snyder and Sandy Koufax and a lot of other people. I don't ever recall a fireworks show. So I'm asking you to limit their fireworks to just the visuals and not the sounds that bother me. Thank you so much.
Pat Barrett, followed by Yolanda Preciado.
I understand the First Amendment, and I'm pretty sure that in all its aspects, as long as you are Pat Barrett resident, as long as you are behind this dais, you must live up to the decorum as far as your narcissistic opinions are skewed towards your constituents. You've got nerve to address any of us as ignorant or bitter. I am one of the many people that voted to put you in, and all you do is attack us in a derogative manner or allow those you favor to attack our vice mayor in such a vile way and turn around and point it to a committee. You are despicable to the severity of its definition. You talk about safe space, focusing on District 6, changing public comment to 5 minutes, and have the nerve, because God knows you don't have the huevos, to say as you slogan, enough is enough. And when you have the gall to have town halls of the total of what? Less than 80 people in 6 meetings combined? No one wants to hear it. And you refer to the grand jury report emphasizing council member behavior, only to leave us with, here she goes again, pointing fingers at the vice mayor. Look at your behavior, ex-girlfriend. Stand up, take the responsibility that this whole screwed up is yours. It started with you. And the people of Stockton demand an apology and denouncing of Motec, and finish the last grand jury before you start this one. Again, I say step down. And for the three of you, yeah, keep smiling. For the three of you, I wish you guys would take responsibility too, because your little puppeteering, election time's coming.
Yolanda Preciado, followed by Diamond Trailer.
Good afternoon, Council. How's everyone doing? There's a lot that obviously I can say up here, but I want to focus on two things because you guys have a lot that you have to intake. So I'm going to try to go really fast, sorry, because I know our time is counting. You guys know I love quotes. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Nelson Mandela. Okay? Educating our community, I think that you guys, as a community, as a city, we can do better, right? Real quick on this topic, use your leaders. Not just your commissioners, but there's people here willing to help you educate our community, right? Which leads right into, like, for example, social media. There's a lot of misinformation. A lot of people, when I share stuff, they want me to share specific things. No, I'm going to share everything. Why? Because if I'm your friend or you know me, coworker, and something is being said about you, I want you to be aware of it. Why? So you can give your truth and speak up to it. So if people aren't sharing what's out there and it's only getting to the community and you guys don't respond to it, whether it's here or online, which it would probably be better here, then, you know, they're only going to hear the one side. So I encourage you to please try to, you know, use that more. Use us to voice you too. I mean, just educating the community would be great. Now, the biggest thing that I really wanted to talk about is with all the billions and millions of projects you guys are approving recently, can you please keep in mind the land that is being handed over to developers for what you may think is great, which, okay, we're growing as a population, as a city, but I'm imploring you to keep our younger generations in mind. Can you please use the last little bit of large lands that we have to create something big that can bring income and also keep our young ones busy? You know, water slides, drive-in, something that we can put together. Just keep that in mind, please. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one.
Diamond Trailer. She's Calling in.
Okay, so moving on then to the consent agenda. There are probably public comment on that, but which items would council like to pull?
6.11 to 6.13.
Okay. And I will pull 6.3 and 6.4. Okay, and then public comment.
Yeah, there was one more person who signed up for public comment. So, yeah. It's the least you could do. Your police
Yeah,
killed their son.
you need to put in a request before it's called.
We did.
Well, hmm? Yeah. Okay, if you have a comment, let's go.
Good afternoon. My name is Samantha. I'm the mother of Rocco Robinson, who was killed by the Stockton PD, Kyle Rivera, and Ruben Rilon in September. Rocco was brutally shot in the back 16 times. And he was just out there. It was my mom's birthday. My mom passed away, and he just wanted to celebrate a barbecue with family. And I don't know how all this turned into the police approaching him and shooting him. And I've been to several meetings. I've been to the police department. I've spoke to several of you guys, and I'm just asking, you know, as a mother, I would like answers. I would like a police report. I have not gotten a police report. I would like a full unedited body cam. All of us, me, my nieces, his nieces, nephews, we all watch him live getting killed. My family is so broken right now. We all watch him, my son's body drop to the ground, bleeding on the ground, and the officers is standing around. I have videos, and there's nothing being done. I'm just asking, can I please get a police report? Can I please get a full unedited body cam? You know, as a mother, I can't breathe. This is not justice. And I mean, it's been 10 months. The officers need to be held accountable. They brutally murdered my son. I mean, his life might not mean nothing to the police department, to the city, but he means everything to us. Rocco was born here in Stockton, California. We lived here since 20, 30 years ago. We've seen every ups and downs in Stockton, and the kids in that community should not have to suffer and see the police brutalize them.
Thank you.
Justice for Rocco. Justice for Rocco.
Okay. So we now will move to public comment for the consent agenda.
For item 6.3, David Sancti.
Good afternoon, Mayor Fugazi, Vice Mayor Lee, and members of the Stockton City Council. My name is David Sancti. I'm speaking as president of Stockton Democrats Together regarding item 6.3, waiving privilege, on an email that the city's attorney's office sent this council on July 30th, 2025. Whoa, that's almost a year ago, at 3:39 in the afternoon. It's the second message that the city's attorney's office sent that day. The first that you all consented to releasing and showing that was sent hours earlier, which raised questions about whether or not at the time interim city manager Steve Colangelo had broken closed session confidentiality. We don't know yet whether that email touches the same subject, but what we do know is that it comes from the same author, the same day, and within hours of that message, this body had already released something that came prior to it. So we'd like to ask two things. Just a small thing I noticed was that the agenda says an email singular, but the resolution text says emails plural. Please clarify if it's just that one email or multiple emails in that thread. Second, release it in full. Unlike item 6.4 on the agenda, this resolution does not include a redaction clause. I encourage you to keep it that way. This council spent the better part of a year, and by its own accounting, more than $750,000 investigating internal conflicts, and that our civil county grand jury report has now described as to the public as symptoms of systemic governance problems. And so we'd like to, for the record, see what emails are being sent, and I think this opens up a great conversation to be had about the time that interim city manager Steve Colangelo was in leadership. Transparency, as always, should not require a grand jury report, a public records request, or a change in administration to produce it. It should be the default. So I appreciate the council bringing this forward, and I encourage you to vote yes in affirmative of this item. Thank you.
For item 6.4, David Singtai.
I'm back. Okay, and so regarding item 6.4, waiving privilege on the full investigation and the creation of the optic department and the dissolution of the prior data analytics office. So the public has already read the full executive summary of the of this investigation, where there was found no policy or legal violation, but I'm going to quote the report: restructuring fueled perceptions of concealment and complicated oversight, that the hiring process departed from customary competitive practices, and that salary decisions were made in the absence of documented market justification. And so we spent over $75K to find this finding. And so I believe that the public does have a right to read the full report. Again, this ties back to the same conflict that the grand jury described, and it's the reason that Stockton Democrats will be passing and adopting a resolution conditioning our endorsements for City Council on real reforms, including an ethics commission, a local contribution limit ordinance, and an election transparency ordinance. And so we believe that releasing this report will give us further evidence that the resolution will intend to fix. And so regarding tonight's vote, or this afternoon's vote, first, release the full report and its underlying documents. Second, when you're talking about waiving redactions, please decide and be clear in what criteria to use. Without that, subject to redactions could become a loophole for anything y'all want to hide. So just be clear about that. And third, a written vacancy savings policy in plain language budget disclosures and documentation standards for salary decisions, bringing those recommendations back as concrete agenda items, not just filing the way. I appreciate the items 6.3, 6.4, and encourage you all to vote yes in the affirmative of these items. Having the public be able to view the report and the email is in the greatest interest of our city. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for consent.
Okay. So, moving to the items pulled by the vice mayor, 6.11.
Do we make a motion to approve?
Oh, sorry.
Second.
Motion.
Second.
Wait.
I have my pull 6.11, 6.13.
Oh, he pulled those.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah. Okay, so we'll start with 6.1.
no, motion.
Oh, sorry, motion. We have a
second.
motion. I have to use this new system. So
The current system, because we have one council member, unfortunately, who could not get logged in today, we won't be able to use the current system, so we'll have to continue with roll call vote for today.
okay.
At least until, it might come up during the meeting and we'll.
Roll call.
So are we
Okay.
voting on the motion?
So motion second, then vote yes.
Yeah, so,
You just have to call for the roll call vote.
yeah, roll call.
Councilmember Blauer?
Yes.
Councilmember Enriquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ponce?
Yes.
Councilmember Padilla?
Yes.
Councilmember Villapadua?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lee?
Yes.
And Mayor Fugazi?
Yes. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, now going to item 6.11, which is approve a motion to award professional services contract for the Systematic Intersection Safety Improvements Project.
Well, if staff want to come to the podium and speak on the item, then I can tell you what my objection was. I mean, or would you just like me to tell you what my?
They're right there.
Oh, you're going to present? Oh. Well, I didn't hear staff present, so am I speaking? Are you speaking? What's happening right now? Oh.
When I think you have the question.
Oh, okay, sure. Well, there's no context for the audience, so I'll just say that there were items here. There were items here where there were approve motion to award a professional service contract for the systemic intersection safety improvements. Obviously, my district wasn't on there. District 5's not on there. District 1's not on there. So the question was, why were they not included? Were there items in those districts that should have been included? And if not, then I have no further questions.
Okay, I think staff will be ready to answer that.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. It's a very a good question, and very happy to provide some answers for you. So this program here requires some analysis to be done. There was a completed systematic safety analysis report and the local road safety plan that was done recently, and the neighborhoods or the areas that were identified by the training are the following that's on this list. And they were deemed to be very high, and this is a competitive, it's being funded by Highway Safety Improvement Program, and it's a competitive grant funding program, so that analysis identified these 3 areas.
So when did the analysis start?
Okay, so the report is a safety analysis, and it's required by the actual funding program, which is a Highway Safety Improvement Program. And we did this analysis some years ago, and it was a prerequisite for obtaining the money. So it was, I can't tell you the exact date.
Well, I'll save you time. I'm looking at the staff report on March 2nd, 2026. The city advertised a RFP for design of systemic intersection safety improvements. That's what we're talking about, correct?
I was answering the question as far as the report. So yes, this is to award a design contract, but to answer your questions as to the locations that were identified on this design project, they were identified on a previous report called a systemic safety report that we've done, I want to say probably 5 years ago.
Okay.
Okay, so they were identified and they were higher priority. And more to that report was done really in reaction to this funding that we're receiving. We could not receive this funding unless we did that report.
I'm not asking for staff to justify what they needed to do to get funding. That's not the question. The question is, and I think you just answered it. So there was work done 5 years ago prior to this council to identify areas that needed to be improved. That is why my district is not on the list.
That's correct.
Okay, that's the only question I had. Oh, but we're absolutely going to be looking for future inclusions because there's a lot to be done in District 6.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to clarify in discussion with Public Works, because we get several requests for speed bumps in areas every month. And constituents feel like this is just something that our Public Works can install right away or within that month. And that's not how the process works. And so I just want to advise the community that once your application is put in, there does have to be requirements under that application as well as a public hearing. And so in District 6 case, there were 2 public hearings. In my case, there were no applications made during that time period. So that's why District 1 did not qualify under this RFP this time. So I would request anyone putting in an application for their street or community to really review the application and all the requirements that are necessary and what it entails to put these calming or safety measures in their community. Thank you.
Councilman Enriquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for so my constituents know, first I want to thank Penny and his team for the work, and I just want to highlight in District 4, March Lane and Persissi Lane, and just in case if you don't read the legislative text, design will be completed by June 2027. What comes after the design completion?
Okay, so once we complete design, then we'll be going back to Caltrans to get requests to proceed with the construction, but we actually have to get the funding allocated.
Great, thank you. And typically, on average, how often does that happen? So if by June 2027 to when, 2-3 months afterwards, or it just depends?
It depends, with working with Caltrans, sometimes they take quite a bit, and also depends on, the availability of the money sometimes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilman Blower?
Just for some clarification, this isn't the traffic calming, right? You're not talking speed bumps. Could you describe what this is?
Yeah, that'll be the next item that the Vice Mayor put that we'll speak to here in a minute. But this is for the systemic 6.11 item. So it's not the, yeah. So it'll be the next item that the Vice Mayor pulled. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Vice Mayor Lee.
Yeah, I think thanks to Councilman Padilla for kind of jogging my memory on our conversation upstairs yesterday that the person that sat in the seat prior to me, once they apply or once the RFP goes out, people have to follow through, show up, go to meetings. I think what's important when these meetings happen, and staff have been pretty good about it, at least for my district, I would assume my colleagues want the same, is that council members are aware that these meetings are happening, that we can promote them through our channels, and that we can advocate for civic participation, because obviously, I saw Pat and others online saying, what about District 6? Well, District 6 has to show up and apply, and they did, but then there was no follow through after that, and I'm not sure what the prior person did or didn't do, so if we can just be mindful of keeping council engaged. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, I'll
make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Roll call.
Councilmember Blower?
Yes.
Councilmember Enriquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ponce?
Yes.
Councilmember Padilla?
Yes.
Councilmember Villapadua? Yes. Vice Mayor Lee?
Yes.
And Mayor Fugazi?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Moving on to item 6.13, adopt a resolution to authorize the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program,
Mayor,
2024, Districts 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Mayor, my comments were similar to 6.11, so it's the same thing. So I can, if there's no other questions, I'll make a motion to approve.
The council member is now online, so if you would like to try voting through your iPads for the first time, you can go and do so.
Okay. So we can. It says votes result. Where do we put our votes in?
I just put second.
6 point. So we have a motion. Yeah. We have a motion and a second. The person seconded.
I don't have the vote.
You have to click the button. Please be patient. Ponce, did you second that?
Yes.
I do have one quick comment.
On this item?
This is 1-3, yes.
Oh.
Roll call.
Okay.
It's not working, huh? No.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. Thank you all for being patient with this transition of our new technology. But for 613, I just want to give clarity, and I want to thank the team again. I know for the Weberstown 1 project has been ongoing for about a year, and I believe we've had at least 3 community meetings. And I just want to get clarity. So once this is already being decided on, when the folks got their ballots, can you confirm that the ballot description of what they got to the reality is accurate, has been updated, and that constituents know that it's not the cul-de-sacs in certain sections, but it's mainly Bianchi Road? Can we confirm that?
Yes. So there's a map that I would like to pull up here, council member. So I don't know if you can see this, but it shows right here that the work that's going to be done in terms of the proposed traffic calming plan on Bianchi Road itself, you'll see that there's going to be a high visibility crosswalk. There's going to be some proposed rumble strips, as well as a couple of speed tables on Bianchi itself. along with some edge line striping. And then out in the neighborhood itself, there's a couple of proposed speed cushions, and there's nothing that's going to be in the cul-de-sac itself. One of the things that the study has noted that when we put speed bumps, humps and cushions in the collectors, which Bianchi is a main collector, drivers avoid the collectors and they start going into the neighborhoods, and that speed behavior continues. So by putting those speed bumps in the main streets in the neighborhood, it helps alleviate and hopefully eliminate some of that behavior.
I appreciate that. And the ballot results in terms of what they got, is it different from what we see now today? And if so, do the residents now know of this?
Yes.
Okay.
And they were an email per your request. An email was sent to the committee.
Great, thank you.
To confirm that this was being voted on today.
Great, wonderful. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So I just want also 2 points. Fair Oaks Track 2. Ronald had contacted me a number of times saying, that their community had voted on it and approved the traffic calming program, and he was like, "When's it coming?" I see it says fall of 2026. So is that like then before Christmas? This weather permitting should be done.
This is just to give you an idea. This is the listing of neighborhoods on the wait list. So I'll have to double check where exactly.
They're on. No, it's on the list. It's on the approved list for tonight.
Right, that's the one that's included as part of the award for tonight, right? And
Okay.
so we'll have to have a kickoff meeting with the contractor, and then we'll be able to find out.
Okay. Well, I'm just
when they're
reading
gonna
the
start.
staff report that said fall 2026. So I don't want to tell somebody something's going to happen and it doesn't happen. So that's my concern. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that the mayor from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, his community, he wanted to do a roundabout. His community wasn't supportive of it. It was in an intersection that there were a number of accidents. And so he said, fine, we won't do that. He went out and he put orange cones into a circle, and people went around. They didn't go through the cones. Now, I'm not saying that would happen in Stockton necessarily, but they went around the circle, they went around, and then there were no accidents. And all he put up were cones. And then once the public got used to it, it was like, oh, okay, well, it's not that big a deal, and we're not having accidents anymore. I don't know if we can do a test run on that somewhere, but people, obviously, the city of Stockton, we have speeding, people that speed in neighborhoods, in residential neighborhoods. And all it's going to take is, one person in an intersection, and hopefully we'll be able to get through more of these in the near future. So,
Mayor, if you can see on 612 on Driftwood and Feather River, that's a roundabout, and that's coming about because of the number of accidents at that particular location. So yes, that is a prime example. And if you look throughout the city, we are doing more roundabouts.
yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, this new system is very frustrating. I just want to say, this pad isn't working. The attachments I'm seeing are not in the report. I don't see them here. I can't see this screen from here because it's not on my pad. So we need to figure out how to make this functional for us, because I'm trying not to disrupt the mayor while she's talking, but then even the system, I can't click to talk to her. It's quite frustrating. I'm getting older. I can't see these letters are too small. You know what? That's all I wanted to say, actually. I thought about it. I'm sitting up here frustrated. I can't see anything because I don't know what I'm talking about. But I just need to, in the future, just if we can figure out with this new system, all the documents we're going to look at, anything that's going to be presented to the public, be in here so we can pull it up. And if we can figure out how to fix this system to be more functional, that'd be great.
Councilman Blauer.
Thank you, Mayor. Very excited to see this item on the agenda. It's something that I've been hoping would happen sooner than later, so I'm glad we're finally here. Last December, we had residents that showed up from Swain Oaks Manor, Longview, that had, they'd had their meeting. They expected the speed bumps to go in last summer. The other Venetian Gardens Grouse Run as well. I mean, both of those neighborhoods expected that to be done last summer. So I'm glad that I know there were some funding issues that had popped up. So I'm thrilled that this is going forward. So my big question I'm always worried or concerned with is timelines. So both of these neighborhoods, will this be done by the end of summer? this summer? Or do you have timelines, can you tell us when these are gonna happen?
So the timeline that's noted in the staff report, that's when we anticipate to start. So now one thing to keep in mind, there's 8 neighborhoods. So that's what I was getting at earlier. We'll meet with the contractor and we're going to see what the game plan is from the contractor, is where he's going to start, and then we'll know better how long it's going to take to go through all the neighborhoods.
Okay, and I would hope that you would give priority to the people that expected it and were told it would happen a year ago that it didn't happen. So hopefully that will factor in. Thank you.
Noted.
So we had a motion by Councilman Blower. We had a second by Councilwoman Ponce. We're going to do a roll call.
We're going to do a roll call until
Okay.
it comes up. Councilmember Blower.
Yes.
Councilmember Enriquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ponce.
Yes.
Councilmember Padilla.
Yes.
Councilmember Villapadua.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lee.
Yes.
And Mayor Fugazi.
Yes,
Motion
motion
passes.
Yep, motion carries 7-0. Okay, moving on then to item 6.3, adoption of a resolution waiving any privileges applicable to an email from the city attorney's office to the city council on July 30th, 2025 at approximately 3:39 Pacific time, 6:39 p.m. Eastern time. So I pulled this. I had similar questions that David had. I also questioned, does that mean that any conversations, multiple emails, or is it just the piece of paper that gets released? I mean, well, the email, which...
Addressed to me, Mayor, the question. My understanding is this as it relates to the email.
Just the email?
Correct.
Okay, none of the conversations?
Just the email that's on the agenda today.
Okay. And then I want to say how much I appreciate this being on the agenda. We recently had an email from July 1st that clearly said attorney-client, and it was only sent to council from the city attorney, and yet many of us got calls for comment specifically on the email from our city attorney on July 1st. So if people want to release attorney-client emails, this is the proper way to do it. But with that being said, I am not in support of this. I do not want to open up Pandora's box. This is not something that was an investigation or anything of the such, and I am not in support of it. So I'm just saying that for the record. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to the opening statement around leaked emails, I second that. I do want to go on the record to say that I don't think we should confirm whatever was or was not an email that is an actual email or not, because as you mentioned, that is privilege. I made the motion. I actually added this to the agenda because we talk about transparency. You put on the agenda to waive the report that I can't wait to talk about as it relates to Optic and OPDA. The email that's referenced here, first question, City Attorney, how many council members came to meet with you to review the email that we're asking to waive privilege for today?
None.
Okay, so none of you cared to see because either you don't want to stop releasing it or you just don't intend to be transparent. And I think that this council has talked about transparency since day one, and we're out here campaigning, talking about being transparent. This email is directly related to an inquiry from the district attorney who asked us to send over under perjury, an oath signed by us under potential perjury, that something happened here at City Hall. It's one email that would go with another email that this council's already waived. And if no council members went to your office to look at it, it's because they probably, like me, don't care that it gets waived. There's nothing in there that would subject our taxpayers to any harm. We're not going to lose any money by doing it, but we have to stop protecting Steve Colangelo. So I made the motion that we put on the agenda. It's on the agenda, and I'm going to say for the record that if the council votes not to waive it, I'm going to release it anyway. So make your choices. I make the motion to approve item 6.3.
Councilwoman Padilla.
I actually did see the email, and it's not that I don't want to be transparent to the public. However, I don't feel that this is information that is productive to our city. This is a topic that was in the past. We need to move on and fix things in our city, and anything in this email should be handled internally, behind the scenes. It's not for the public to be, to be involved in. We have crime, we have homelessness, we want to fix our neighborhoods. To me, this is just information that is not making our city productive.
I did have a motion from the vice mayor on this
Second.
item, and I have a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Blower?
Yes.
Councilmember Enriquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ponce?
Yes.
Councilmember Padilla?
No.
Councilmember Villa-Padua?
No.
Vice Mayor Lee?
Yes.
And Mayor Fugazi?
No. Motion carries 4-3 to release it. Moving on then to item 6.4, adoption of a resolution waiving any privileges applicable to the optic budget investigation report. Vice Mayor and I both agreed that this should be on the agenda, that it's important. It was funded through taxpayer dollars, and looking at the process, I just had a couple questions. So I know we authorized section 406 of the city charter. And so if that committee authorizes it, does that item have to be agendized? If there is an investigation that wants to be called, does it have to be agendized to the audit committee? Does it have to be on their agenda?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Under the Brown Act.
And I know we're moving forward, not going back. I just want to say that it was under future items and committee member comments on August 4th. It was when people were, Vice Chair Padilla talked about ASM Global, Trinity Parkway cleanup costs, Councilmember Blower, OPDA, Trinity Parkway cleanup costs, and then in comes this approve a motion. And so we're talking about process, and if we're talking about process, the item was not agendized, and the notes didn't reflect that it was, or excuse me, the announcement of the committee meeting did not show that it was on there. There was 3.1, update from ASM Global, 3.2, discussion of OPDA and optic, and it says this item was informational only, no action taken. And then it says, it goes right then from there to item 4, future items. And then it was taken. So I'm just confused, and I want to ask our city clerk how that happens.
The agenda items are created by various different staff departments. In this case, if this was agendized as a discussion regarding OPDA and optic, this would fall under that header.
It was under future items. It wasn't actually agendized. It was a presentation for informational only. And this was under a completely different item 4, and it said future item committee member comments. And I don't think we make motions during committee member comments.
I would have to look at the specific one that you're speaking to, but it's possible that they did discuss it as a future item and then actually agendized it at a later date.
Okay, a quick question then. How many years have we worked with this firm, RPLG?
The Rennie Loan Public Law Group. I believe it has been since 2018, if not earlier.
Okay, and then what did we pay for this report?
Point of order, we haven't waived privilege on the price, right? And we can, which I have no problem voting for. She just voted against waiving privilege. But if you're going to say the price, I think part of that was we need to waive the privilege for that invoice.
Okay, point of order isn't you then speaking. Point of order, you have to state your point.
Okay.
And then we rule on it. What's your point?
Okay, my point of order.
No, you got to give me the numbers.
I'm going to tell you, if you slow down a little bit. My point of order is that the invoice and what we paid for this investigation.
No, that's not a point of order.
Can I give it to you, or do you want
No,
to
I
argue?
just want you to
I'm
give
gonna
me the
give it to you
numbers.
if you will wait a second. I'm giving it to you.
But it doesn't need a dialogue.
I'm going to give it to you. But
in order to move on
Ms.
the point,
Fugazi,
you need
I
to
don't know
say
where
the
we're going
point.
to go with this, because I'm not going to leave
Well-
tonight, and I'm going to give you the point of order if you want to hear it. But if you don't, then let me know. The invoice is privilege. The fee that we paid for it is privilege. Ask the city attorney. She's sitting right there. If she confirms that, we need to vote to waive that, and I'm down to do that. Let's do it.
So at our last meeting, there was a figure that was put out by the vice mayor, $771,000 and some change. Was that privilege?
That general number was not privileged, correct? But that was a general number that included a total of all investigations, leaving the public to guess at the numbers.
Okay.
If that's the question.
And when will we be getting that list of costs for investigations that we've all asked for?
We're working on segregating that for a future date.
Okay. Okay. And then I guess my last comment, I have to go back to my old one because I keep going back between the two. Let me get to it. So this, like any other investigation, we get results. Some of us agree with the results. Some of us don't agree with the results. Accountability is following evidence, not imaginary stories. If an investigation finds wrongdoing, we address it here in City Hall. If there are process failures, then we have to fix them. And when allegations are not sustained, we should be honest about that. The goal shouldn't be to win an argument from last year, from 2 weeks ago, from today. It needs to be, the goal should be for all of us is to build a government that works for a better tomorrow. And I'm hoping that once this is released, that we can then move on from that. I would like to know what the cost was, just like we got the cost similar to Wild and Out where it was unsubstantiated and we moved on. There was nothing other than ethical, which was similar to this one. So I'll make the motion to approve the release of this document.
We need to comment. We want to talk on the items. I'm sorry.
I can still make a motion on the item to approve, since I pulled it.
Second.
Okay, speakers. Vice Mayor Lee.
Yeah, I think it's real ironic that you don't want to go backwards, but you go all the way backwards. I also think it's ironic that you try to shut down discussion and go straight to a motion on an item that involves one investigation, but doesn't include all the investigations that total up to $770,580, which is the total number. I absolutely talked about waiving privilege on all of it because the taxpayers paid for the circus and they should be able to get a ticket to the show. I find it really interesting that you're saying you want to build a government for a better tomorrow, yet we're going to skate over the findings of this investigation. So before we do that, I'm going to take some of my time to talk about some of the highlights. First, I think that I'm going to ask staff to go back, and I want to say to Councilwoman Padilla and Councilman Blau, we do a great job on the audit committee. Let me just start by saying that. And all of us ask very thoughtful questions. We spend a lot of time going through things. You ask one lens, he asks one lens, I ask one lens, and I think we work well together on that committee. That audit committee functions in an environment where we have not had an auditor. He is here today. Thank you. God bless you. We're here. We're glad that you're here, but we had no auditor. And so we did have to do some diggings and some findings and some things. I want staff, and specifically the city clerk, to work with Florence, who schedules this committee, to go back and get a chronological order of how this happened, how we got here. We did direct the city attorney at the time, Lori Asuncion, to launch an investigation into the budget and the optic department. On the last page of the report that you can see as attachment A, I highlighted, it said, the hiring process departed from best practice, particularly in foregoing competitive posting and awarding advanced salary steps, but remained within the city manager's discretionary authority for at-will positions and complied with the applicable class specification for the PIO. What that says is the city manager at the time eliminated a department within a division within his discretion, moved the money to a private account that none of us saw when they presented it to council, then waited until we approved the budget, and then took that money and created a division that was a department, then went to a division, and then gave the jobs out at the highest rate of pay without competitive process. And I met with our city manager today and our new HR director, who is a black woman, and I said, there ain't no black person in America that has had that experience where they just giving out jobs and giving them the most money they want, and that creates black rage for somebody like me who thinks it's BS. This also goes on to say, while it doesn't support any findings of policy or legal violations, the process exposed governance vulnerabilities, the absence of a clear explanatory narrative in the budget book concerning OPDA's dissolution, and optics creation fueled perceptions of concealment and complicated oversight. And this happened during a critical time in leadership transition. And as you know, we tried to bring the person forward as a committee several times, and the mayor rejected the request for the subpoena and said she had outside counsel that gave her advice not to do that. There's also recommendations in here on how to strengthen our process, which me and Councilman Enriquez have been discussing and plan to take to the Ledge Committee so that we can bring forth policies that allow us to have a government for a better tomorrow, because today it ain't working. And the last thing I will say is I'm trying to be on my best behavior, but we got to stop playing up here. I thank Councilwoman Ponce for supporting transparency. We got to stop playing with this shutting down the vice mayor who wants to speak, go straight to a vote thing, because the people see it, and that's why they're gonna let you know they see it later on this year. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on this item. Roll call.
Can we state the motion again, please?
Approve the release of the full report.
I'd like to amend that motion to say that I want to release all the investigations and all the cost of all the investigations to the public.
That's not the agenda item, though. This one says
Right, because
this one
you-
applicable only to optic budget investigation.
Because you only chose one investigation. You didn't put yours on here. You didn't put Steve Colangelo's on here. You didn't put the
Okay,
one.
well,
You didn't put others on
I'm
here.
not amending my motion.
Okay. Well, I know I made an amendment to the
I-
motion.
I,
Is there a second?
If I may,
It's not
the additional investigations are still in play. They will be before you.
Okay,
So
all
that
right.
you can be fully advised.
Thank
So
you.
there's more coming.
No problem. I second, third it.
okay, roll call.
Councilmember Blower?
Yes.
Councilmember Enriquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ponce?
Which one are we voting on? The amendment or we?
The original motion to release the optic.
Yes.
Councilmember Padilla?
Yes.
Councilmember Villapadua?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lee?
Yes.
And Mayor Fugazi.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, administrative matters. Moving on to administrative matters. I think we've heard one already, and I didn't know if there were any other from council members.
I got one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you spoke earlier, I think, as an entryway to this item that I want to add about the released emails, and I'm just perplexed on us discussing a better government for tomorrow when the subject of those emails that have been released is still here. So pursuant to Charter Article 11, Section 1102N, authorizing the mayor with advice and consent of council to appoint employees to the office of the mayor, Jason Teramoto was appointed by resolution of this council on December 9, 2025. Council Policy 4.02.
So is there something you want to agendize?
I'm going to give it to you right here. It is.
Well,
Council Policy 4.02 allows council to reconsider an item when 6 months have passed since the last meeting at which the item was voted on. So I'd like to make a motion to add that position to a future agenda, to the next agenda.
I'll support that.
Thank you.
Okay, moving then on to. Oh, sorry, Councilwoman Padilla.
I do have important city business to talk about. So on our next council meeting, I would like to agendize the Appendix P ordinance for temporary shelter in Stockton.
Second.
And this refers to our ad hoc project that we are working on.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, and it didn't come up on my screen, just letting you know. Okay, any other administrative, it's not coming up on my screen.
I
Don't know what to tell you. Councilman Villapudua.
We're going to have to use the lights for now.
So I just pushed that just in case.
I'd like to bring discussion as well. I think I spoke on it the last couple of meetings about dogs in their neighborhoods. So, Councilmember Enriquez, maybe you could put that on ledge to have that on that. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Thank you.
I don't see any more lights except, okay, great. Okay, item 8, unfinished business. None there. Item 9, 9.1, public hearing authorizing the vacation of a portion of East 5th Street right-of-way and reserving public utility easement. I declare the public hearing open. Hello, Jordan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jordan Peterson, Economic Development Department. Just waiting for the slides to come up on the screen. There we go. Cool. Thank you. So as the mayor mentioned, this public hearing is regarding the vacation of a portion of East 5th Street and reserving a public utility easement. This public hearing is taking place because the Gurdwara Sahib of Stockton has requested that the city initiate the abandonment of a portion of East 5th Street near where Sonora Street curves down by the Sikh Temple and Sikh Temple Road. The abandonment is being requested to facilitate the expansion of the Sikh Temple, allowing for proper design, circulation, and functionality of the existing facility. The Gurdwara Sahib of Stockton owns all of the property adjacent to the 5th Street abandonment area, and the property owners that live on South Aurora Street will maintain access to their homes and will not have any issues there. This is an aerial, it's also in your agenda packet, of the proposed abandonment area. It's just a rough sketching on our GIS system, but it shows the approximate area of the abandonment area. Pursuant to Division 9, Part 3, Section 8300 of the California Streets and Highway Code, staff met all of the necessary requirements for this vacation of right-of-way, including publishing in the local newspaper as well as conducting the necessary field posting. So staff went out there and posted along the roadway. As the item states, a public utility easement will be reserved in the vacation area, so that way Public Works or MUD can go out and do any work in those utilities in the future. And as mentioned previously, the abandonment is necessary so that way the Sikh Temple can conduct their facility expansion. And after the abandonment, a right-of-way dedication will take place to create a cul-de-sac so that way there can be proper circulation in the future. And with that, it's recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the vacation of a portion of East 5th Street, reserving the public utility easement, authorizing the processing of the CEQA document, and authorizing the city manager or designee to take any necessary actions to carry out the purpose and intent of this resolution.
Okay. Councilman Villapudua, you have a question?
Not a question. I'm just gonna
Okay. Well, we'll wait then. Okay. Any questions for Jordan at this point? Not seeing none. Public comment?
We have done.
You don't have any public comment on this item? Okay. We haven't approved it yet. We still have to do that. So I declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Villapudua.
Well, I think this is a very good project. As you know, the Sikh community, every day is not a day that they give out food for the need. There's always the first ones to respond when there's something going on in our community. This is a great project. It's going to open a lot of things, a kitchen for a lot of things, a parking lot. So I know this isn't Vice Mayor's district, so but I will be supporting this item. Let him have some words.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Villapudua. I just wanted to thank Jesse from the Sikh Temple who called me. You know, he's a very silent giant. All of you are, and I just appreciate the work that all of you do in the community, not just for the Sikh Temple, but as Councilmember Villapudua said, for everybody. I think your presence spoke a lot, so we didn't need 20 public comments, but I'll be supporting this also, and if there's no other comments, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I do have a comment. I remember when it was just the Gurdwara, and there wasn't much else. You had the area just to the south of the property, but building of the new kitchen that you had there, and then the parade has just grown. You know, people that come out and celebrate of all walks of life come and are part of the parade. I haven't brought my broom yet, but I'm just thinking about that maybe for next year to sweep the streets as they go through Stockton. But this will kind of make it cohesive, so on that day we're not walking in the dirt and that we have a nice area for that celebration, but a nice area for the members, for the people who use the Gurdwara, who pray at the Gurdwara, the new prayer room, the new assembly room. I'm excited to see what it looks like, and I hope that it is expedient, that everybody agrees on it, and you guys move forward. So there is a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Blower?
Yes.
Councilmember Enriquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ponce?
Yes.
Councilmember Padilla?
Yes.
Councilmember Villa-Padua?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lee?
Yes.
And Mayor Fugazi.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Okay, moving on to new business. Item 10.1, Surplus Land Act Overview Presentation. Information only.
Thank you, Mayor. Jordan Peterson, Economic Development Department. Through this presentation, it is information only. I'll be talking a little bit about the Surplus Land Act, the requirements, the process, some of the challenges and the best practices for city staff to implement this statute, this state statute. In terms of the purpose of why we wanted to come and talk about the Surplus Land Act, we'll talk a little bit about the legislative background of the act, explain how and when the act applies. We'll talk a little bit about the disposition process, agency, statutory or legal obligations. In this case, the agency is the city of Stockton. We'll discuss some of the implementation challenges and best practices. And I'll continue on into why does the Surplus Land Act exist. Just brief timeline. It actually originated in 1968, was when the SLA is, I'll call it the SLA to kind of shorten it, was first enacted, but the first major overhaul of the act occurred in 2019. That's when the act started to prioritize affordable housing. It helped to create a process to increase transparency in public land disposition. It encourages the public reuse, the productive reuse of publicly owned properties, and it assigned California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, as kind of the enforcement arm of the state to oversee this process. The most recent update occurred in 2024, where there was some clarifications to the process, I think, as it started to take effect after 2019, or really this major overhaul. There were some challenges that jurisdictions faced, so 2024 was kind of a clarification to the process. It helped to refine some exemptions, because I think folks face some challenges with navigating exemptions, and then it clarified and reduced some of the technical penalties for folks as they try to navigate this rather complicated process. But really the overarching purpose of the Surplus Land Act is to prioritize affordable housing while establishing a transparent process for the disposition of public land. In terms of some definitions, the definition of surplus land is land that has formally been declared in a public meeting to be no longer necessary for the agency's use. Definition of exempt surplus land is property that qualifies for a specific exemption under the SLA. This is a non-exhaustive list, so there's more than what's listed here, but some examples include interagency transfers. So a few months ago, council approved the disposition of property to Sajafka as part of a flood mitigation project. That was an exemption under surplus land that council approved. There's exemptions for affordable housing development just right off the bat if you're doing certain affordable housing projects, as well as small site, less than 1/2 acres, with some nuances there, but there's an exemption for that. And then former street, right-of-way, or easement land that gets conveyed to adjoining property owner. That's just some examples of exemptions. But at the end of the day, council approval for any disposition, so selling of land, leases greater than 15 years, council approval is always required, and any exempt declarations must have findings behind them. You can't just say, oh, it's exempt, don't worry about it. You have to have findings to cite why they meet one of the specified exemptions. In terms of an overview of the disposition process, this is kind of a high-level framework that the city follows. First, the city determines that property is no longer needed. Staff in economic development would circulate an internal memo to department heads to make sure that this land is not needed for any department's use. And upon confirmation from those department heads, we then circulate a concurrence memo to the city manager for the city manager to determine to move forward with the declaration of surplus. Staff would then determine, is there an exemption for this land? But if there is no exemption, if it's surplus, staff would then move forward with council declaring it surplus, going through the notice of availability, which I'll talk a little bit about in the next slide. That would then trigger 60-day response period, and then if responses are received, go into the 90-day good faith negotiation period. In terms of the disposition itself, if that is the pleasure of the council, there's different avenues for that to take place. There could be an exclusive negotiating rights agreement, which has happened in the past. It's called a ENRA. There's also a purchase and sale agreement, which is the traditional, disposition pathway for selling land. Or if any lease greater than 15 years, that's considered under the Surplus Land Act a disposition. And throughout this process, because HCD is overseeing it, there's lots of compliance documentations. You have to make sure you're keeping track of the resolution when you go to council, when you meet all of these statutory requirements. And then if land is sold, not going to get too in the weeds, but if there's, deed restrictions would be recorded against the property. And so those would also need to be tracked because they run with the land for all time. In terms of the notice of availability process, that's if council declares a property surplus, it doesn't meet an exemption, staff would circulate what's called the notice of availability to a very large list. Last time we did this was 2024, and the list was about 800 contacts, and I'm sure it's bigger now. So it's contacts on the HCD lists, housing sponsors, as well as public agencies. So you send it to the school district, the county, the transit agencies. Staff has an internal tracker to keep track of all the contacts. Once that notice of availability is sent out, it starts a 60-day response window. At any point within 60 days, somebody on that distribution list can respond saying that they are interested. If no response is received, staff can proceed with distribution, again, subject to council approval. But if interest is received, then you have to proceed with what's called good faith negotiations. That triggers a 90-day negotiation period. Mary, do you want me to stop for questions? Or okay.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And then through that 90-day period, as you get to learn what the respondents would like to do with the property, you either come to an agreement of terms or no agreement is reached. But ultimately, the city retains discretion after satisfying the statutory obligations of notice availability in terms of how they want to dispose of the land. And again, throughout this process, keeping track of all the HCD compliance measures, so that way we can demonstrate to HCD that we followed all of these requirements. In terms of some implementation challenges, staffing is always one that needs to be navigated. There's institutional knowledge. I've been supporting this process since being at the city for the past 6 years. I've been involved kind of the last 4 years or so institutional knowledge is always important. And then making sure that we're being consistent in terms of how we are, sending out the notices, how we're tracking it, making sure that we're training new staff to understand how this process needs to work. There's also record retention, keeping track of the memos that get sent over to different department heads, as well as keeping track of electronic records, so proving that we sent out the notice of availability. That's always important. And then there's that long-term compliance documentation, tracking those deed restrictions, making sure we know, for 5, 10, 20, 30 years from now, what's going on with a piece of property that has a deed restriction, so staff can keep track of that. And then there's, of course, interdepartmental coordination. This sometimes involves all of the departments: real property, housing, planning. The city attorney's office is a huge support for us as we make sure that we navigate the Surplus Land Act, city clerk in terms of if we need to do public hearings or anything like that. And then, of course, Public Works and MUD for, they have quite a bit of property as well. So they support us as we're looking through this process. Just to touch on some best practices that staff are either have already implemented or are looking to implement in the near future that help to guide us as we navigate, reactivating vacant and underutilized city-owned properties is we have a website landing page that was not in place a few years ago. We put it in place in about 2023. You can go to www.stocktonca.gov/surplus. There's a list of the land that has gone through the Surplus Land Act process. And something that's pending is staff thinking about in some sort of unsolicited business proposal process. So folks that are interested in property, how would they need to submit to signal that they are capable and qualified to be able to do a project on land that has gone through the Surplus Land Act, standardizing resolutions and the justification for exempt surplus, making sure it's standardized, it's replicable, and that new staff can be trained on those processes, focusing on compliance checklists to making sure that we're meeting all of the requirements, centralizing records so it's not just living on my desktop or OneDrive, it's living in SharePoint where staff in our department can access and learn about the process. And then being more proactive in evaluating potential properties that could be declared surplus, working with other departments to identify underutilized sites that maybe we didn't know about, which is few and far between, but it's always good to be more proactive. And then again, permanent documentation tracking those deed restrictions and understanding the disposition process. Lastly, staff are also working to update the disposition policies. That's currently pending, but we do have a draft in place thanks to our real property consultant, Property Works, who's helped us to kind of revamp and revise those disposition policies that will be moving forward in the next couple months. And that concludes the informational presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jordan. You always do a great job. So as a newly elected, I've learned that these presentations don't just pop out of nowhere. So we're getting informational training on Surplus Land Act. Why?
I just wanted and felt that everybody sort of needed a refresher.
Okay. So I don't want to assume, but maybe it's safe to assume there'll be something that comes before us soon around our surplus land. I'm assuming.
Well, not necessarily. We just have people ongoing asking the question and about property throughout the city, and even some of you as council members. And so I just felt that talking with Jordan, when was the last time we did it, and wouldn't it be a great time to bring it back before to the council?
So I have a couple questions for Jordan then. So the surplus land, if we act, would that apply to Old City Hall, Weber Point, Martin Luther King Plaza, anything owned by the city?
Any land that the city owns that city is seeking to dispose of, so that's a sale or lease greater than 15 years, would have to comply with the Surplus Land Act.
So if we were to sell the arena, we would have to, or if we say we're going to sell the arena, we would have to do, would that apply to this process, or here, let me get to what I'm trying to get at. So we have obviously a very fragile budget that you all have figured out how to balance, and we're always talking about how to increase the tax base, how to look at creative ways of bringing in more money to our local economy, and one of those would be liquidating some of our assets. So if we had an operator that wanted to buy something because they could either build housing or not tear it down but still operate it better, would this apply to that?
So I'll just be kind of general that the Surplus Land Act applies anytime you're trying to sell a property, unless there's an exemption. So there's exemptions for if you're selling it to another government agency, if you're selling, if you're making the land affordable housing, those are exemptions. But the Surplus Land Act always applies when cities are disposing of land.
And does the Surplus Land Act prohibit the city from selling? So let me give you an example, because then again, I'm learning. We sell the old city hall to become a casino. Not saying that that's in the plans. I'm just saying just for that. They're going to tear it down. They're going to build something new. That's one thing. But arena, say you're going to sell it to an operator who's going to keep it, not tear it down, but operate it. Does that make sense? Or does the Surplus Land Act apply to both scenarios?
Yeah, so the Surplus Land Act is always going to apply if city is selling land. It's always going to apply.
And are there restrictions on what you can do with the land and property?
There are processes that the city has to follow to offer it up for affordable housing, unless there's an exemption or there is special pieces of legislation that will exempt land in other communities. So there's different avenues, and I just want to be careful of not getting too far into hypotheticals regarding land that's not been declared surplus, but it's always going to apply unless there's an exemption. Regardless, it applies, but there's exemptions to. Yeah.
And I would always like to defer to our attorney for even more information, research, looking into it, because before we set up here and tell you something that we may not know all of the ins and out of, so if you would allow us to maybe bring back an up-to-date
Or I can
answer,
just send you several questions I have,
You got it.
I'm just
That'd
trying
be
to
fine.
understand.
Yeah, that'd be fine. And we'll be sure to, no problem with bringing it back before this body.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Jordan? Councilman Villapudua?
I guess I'm having trouble with it because I'm pressing the speak, so I don't know. It's not showing. Okay. Just for clarity, Jordan and probably city manager, coming back, are you guys going to give us the opportunity to see what surpluses that we could use for like parks, community centers, economic development, is that type of stuff?
We'd be more than happy
Okay.
to.
And also probably even affordable housing.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, thanks.
Any comment from the public?
We have none.
Okay, so this was informational only. So we will now go on to the next item on the agenda, which is city manager's update. Thank you, Jordan.
And yes, we do have a report.
Diana, okay, we noted it when you spoke.
Yeah, it's an ADA
What? Okay. Thank you.
All right, so I'm Dante Watson, Community Services Department Director, and soy Dante Watson, Director del Departamento de Servicios Comunitarios. For the last 25 years, I've been a professional in Parks, Recreation, Community Services. I've worked for YMCA, cities of Oakland, San Leandro, as well as Santa Rosa. So durante las últimas 25 años, he sido profesional en parques, recreación y servicios comunitarios y trabajé por YMCA y por las ciudades de Oakland, San Leandro y Santa Rosa. Y estoy muy orgulloso de haber servido a miles de niños y jóvenes, especialmente los menos favorecidos. Estoy en esta posición, yo quiero aumentar el conocimiento y acceso a nuestros programas, actividades y invertir en el desarrollo de los profesionales en mi departamento. So I'm very proud and happy to have served thousands of kids, especially those that are underserved. And I look forward to increasing the awareness and access to our programs and activities and the development of our staff. Some of the things that have been great for me in my career is I've had the opportunity to build some facilities and parks that will be for community benefit into the future. So he tenido el placer que construir instalaciones y parques para el beneficio de la comunidad. Y es todo.
Hi, my name is Joseph Gardia. I work with Dale Applewhite and Grant Kirkpatrick. We help run the Youth Employment Summer Success Program. It's a 5-week long program that runs from June 1st through July 2nd. And In total, we hired about 102 student workers, and that's out of over 500 applications that we received. And after the program ended on July 2nd, we were able to hire 47 employees across 2 different departments. That includes the Community Services Department and the Economic Development Department, 46 of them being with CSD and 1 of them being with EDD. And those are just 2 of the departments that actually participated in the program. We had 11 departments total that participated and took on student workers. Those departments all received a good handful of students to help them out with their projects that they had going on. I know specifically for CDD, the students that they received were able to do more clerical work in the office, allowing more staff to go out into the field instead of being stuck in the office. And especially for public works as well, those students helped plant trees, helped paint curbs and paint benches at parks that needed restoration. We were able to, especially with our community services department, our students helped prepare meal bags for seniors and for the students as well attending day programs there. For our students participating in the municipal utilities department that were stationed there, they actually did a lot. They helped paint fire hydrants, they installed a new water meter box, and also prepared and poured the concrete for the driveway that led to that water meter box. And they helped paint and maintain equipment, storage containers, and facility structures as well. If the program was longer, I'm sure we would be able to do a lot more within that time frame.
My name is Tony Manor, Public Information Officer for the City of Stockton. On behalf of the City Manager's Office, it is my honor to share a moment that is both a celebration and a milestone for the City of Stockton. Deputy Chief Annabelle Morris of the Stockton Police Department has been named the 2026 Woman of the Year for California's 5th Senate District by Senator Jerry McNerney. This recognition comes on the heels of history. Earlier this year, Annabelle Morris became the first Latina deputy chief in the history of the City of Stockton, capping 25 years of service to this community and rising through nearly every rank along the way. Her story is Stockton's story. She was raised in a migrant farm worker housing, the daughter of parents who worked the field 6 days a week. From those beginnings, she built a career defined by service and by a commitment to building trust between our police department and the people it serves, to mentoring our young people, and to strengthening the bonds that hold this community together. Senator McNerney's recognition affirms what Stockton already knows, that leaders like Deputy Chief Morris make our city stronger, and where you start does not dictate how far you can go. Deputy Chief Morris, on behalf of the City of Stockton, congratulations. You've made our history and you've made us proud. The City of Stockton is opening its own podcast studio, and it'll be ready soon. This studio gives us a new way to connect with you. We'll use it to talk about events, projects, and decisions that affect life here in Stockton, and to explain how your local government actually works. We'll be inviting members of the community into the studio. You'll hear directly from them in their own words. We'll also use this space to create clear, informative content about city services and how to access them, along with training videos that help our own departments serve you better. At its heart, this is about transparency. It's about making sure good information reaches the residents who call Stockton home, so that the more you know about how your city works, the stronger our community becomes. So stay tuned, the studio is almost ready, and we're looking forward to starting the conversation with you.
Hello, I'm Steve Guerrero, Assistant Fire Marshal for the Stockton Fire Department. Enforcement activity from June 28th through July 5th. The Stockton Fire Department, Code Enforcement, and Stockton Police Department work together to address illegal fireworks through public education and enforcement. Task Force personnel dedicated approximately 731 hours to the operation, a 3% decrease from the previous year, following a 14% decrease the year before. This was achieved through better planning, targeted staffing, and moving the daily start time from 5 to 6 p.m. Fire prevention contributed 318 hours, Code Enforcement contributed 154 hours, and the Stockton Police Department contributed 259 hours. More than 2,125 fireworks safety cards were distributed, and approximately 35 pounds of illegal fireworks were confiscated. A total of 68 social host citations were issued, 48 by fire prevention and 20 by code enforcement. Most were first offenses carrying a $1,000 fine, with a few potential second offenses still being processed. Altogether, approximately $70,000 in citations were issued. This represents a 25% decrease from the 91 citations issued in 2025. While the reduction is encouraging, illegal fireworks continue to threaten lives, property, and public safety resources. We thank our partner agencies and the residents who celebrated responsibly and helped keep Stockton safe.
Hi everyone, Jose here with the Events and Parking team. The City of Stockton's 4th of July kicked off downtown with a community parade hosted by the American Legion Carl Ross Post 16. From 10 a.m. to noon, the streets were lined with families cheering on our Stockton Police and Fire Departments, Stockton Unified School Districts, the Daughters and Sons of the American Revolution, and the Sea Scouts of Stockton, the Stockton Garden Club, and many other local organizations. After that, the celebration moved over to the Weber Point Event Center, where about 7,000 people joined us for an incredible evening of live music, food, and family fun. Plus, we had a couple thousand more people hanging out all over downtown, enjoying the holiday and waiting for those fireworks. The well-known local group Latin Magic got things started on stage, followed by the Stockton Symphony celebrating their 100th anniversary. They put together a custom set to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday. The event also held over 40 local food, drink, and merchandise vendors. The evening wrapped up with a nearly 25-minute fireworks show presented by the Fireworks and Stage FX America, showing a memorable finale to a full day of celebration in Stockton.
Yeah, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Council comments. I have Councilwoman Padilla, but she stepped out. Oh, council comments? Yes. Okay, you're up. Oh, you did? Oh, okay, well, I'll go to somebody else. Okay.
I'm fine.
It's I'm going with the system. I'm not going with the system.
So we all know that every district is not immune to sideshows. And so after looking at the information that the San Joaquin County had put out for their pilot program, I've asked our staff to look into bringing this to Stockton. So what I've seen, it could really make a difference in our communities. With that, you know, no single problem can fix everything. But this gives us another way to discourage those that are doing sideshows, that are driving recklessly in those streets that are wider or those intersections that are wider. So anything that we can do to help our residents as they're tired with the noise, the dangerous driving, and also the risk. I mean, I see multiple times where they're doing the circles and someone's sitting outside the door or the window, and at one of these times something serious is going to happen. So I'm been talking to Public Works, and we are going to look at their pilot program, and so I'm super excited about bringing that to the city. So as I talk about quality of life, I also want to recognize our Public Works team. One of my constituents utilized the Act Stockton app for an area that needed to be cleaned up, and the very next day it was cleared up. He made a Facebook post advising people to use Ask Stockton. It works. But really, our Public Works team is working efficient. They are very lean, and even though they're lean, they are hardworking, and they are keeping our city and our streets clean. So thank you, Penny, and your team. Also, as I talk about quality of life, it's not just about picking up trash and cleaning our streets. It's also about taking pride in our neighborhoods. So I am currently working with Public Works on an area that is unlandscaped on 8 Mile Road, because those little improvements really make a difference in our community, whether it's shrubbery or a tree or just bark, if you will. It makes a difference. So, you know, I encourage you all to look at your community, and if you see an area that might be blight, or, you know, a shrubbery can be put there, it really makes a difference. So I encourage you to reach out. I know everybody is getting tired of me talking about mail theft. And I keep bringing this up because there is not 1 week that is gone with somebody reaching out to me about their mail broken into. If it's not every day, it's happening every 2 days. It's on the weekends. Our community is doing their part. They are probably sick of me saying the same old thing over and over again. Report it to the police, report it to the USPS. If you have documentation, bring it to me. Pick up your mail on a daily basis. They know the rules. They know the speech. And I'm going to continually speak on this until our federal government does something about it. I've reached out multiple times. People are tired of the community boxes because keys are getting stolen. We definitely need a fix. People should feel confident that they can go to their mailbox and pick up their mail on a daily basis. It is their right. So I'm going to continue and continue and continue. And as they say, if you do things over and over again, it becomes a habit. So hopefully the federal government is listening. Last week, I had the pleasure of sitting on the SENCAL committee meeting, and that has to do with our JPA partnership. And the chief of Lodi gave a presentation to the individuals at the meeting about the transportation process of our ambulances. After I left that meeting and saw that presentation, I immediately reached out to our chief because there was so much valuable information for the community that our community needs to know about the process of using the ambulance service, or when you use the ambulance service, what are the protocols. So I believe our next council meeting, our chief will be giving a presentation on that for education, because whenever I hear things that I feel are valuable and that the community needs to hear, I want to share it with everyone. August 4th is our National Night Out. I will be visiting all the neighbors in District 1 that will be holding events, and so I am looking forward to that. August 22nd, I will be hosting my 4th annual community event at Michael Fackless Park, and this will be at 6:30 in the evening, and we will be having a local band, Latin Magic, will be performing, so I'm super excited about that. As always, there's free food, activities for kids, and there's also going to be several informational booths that I know will be very helpful for the community. My last comment is about conversations that are had conversations that are had within our community outside of these chambers. And what I mean by that, it's our town halls, it's our coffee hours, it's our forum. And this council has spent more time out in the community ever than I've ever seen before. And this is because we generally want to hear your ideas, your problems, your issues, your concerns, and as well as your solutions. We don't know everything. We can't think of everything, and solutions are encouraged. And this is what our coffee hours, our forums, our town hall meetings are meant to be. And I know we all have difference of opinions, and I welcome disagreements. I welcome healthy debates. But I just want us to be mindful of keeping the meetings respectful, focused on solutions. I hear all the time that Vice Mayor says with his own team, don't come here with a problem, come here with a solution. Give us your ideas. And these meetings, to me, need to be held for conversations that are going to put Stockton in the right direction. And I hope that going forward, with the new city hall here, again, that it just brings newness, fresh ideas, and a better way for Stockton and our residents. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I echo what my colleague just said. And the one thing I want to start by saying at the onset of my comments tonight is that everybody should just give up trying to change who I am on social media. That is where I make lots of money. That's where I live my life. I am a social person, and I want everybody listening to go to my Facebook and follow me everywhere on social media so you can stay in touch with what I have going on. First, I want to start with the public comments tonight. The woman that came before us and talked about AC Smoke Shop, I just want to ask staff to follow up with her and let me know the action, let council know the follow-up on that. We are addressing smoke shops throughout the city. Obviously, Western Ranch is still on the radar, and staff should give me an update on where we are with that as well. I want to highlight this program that the city clerk does here for the city of Stockton, where she brings in teachers and groups of people and groups of kids. Everybody knows that my compass is focused on how we can enrich the lives of young people, educate them, and also provide opportunity. She had been doing this for a while, where teachers would come to City Hall with their kids, and they would learn how this building works and how their government works and do mock councils. And since we moved in the building, I thought, why not get it started quickly here at the new building? So we just had one for the Western Ranch Little League group, and I had gone to their end of the season game where one of the coaches, Mark Spalding, who's a retired officer who leads that group out there, he said, the prices are going to go up for parents, $75 each, because affordability is an issue, and I don't want to raise the rates. He didn't even ask for anything, but what I did say is we get discretionary funding. I'll give you $5,000, but what we did was created a mock council where the kids became the council. They voted on their own grant. It wasn't a real grant. It was discretionary funds from my account, and they of course unanimously passed getting the $5,000. But it was a really good example for young people to learn how this works. And I ran into somebody in the streets recently who said, "Yo, that was dope what you guys did for those kids. I don't want to take the credit. I just used my platform to promote what the city clerk has been doing." And so if you have kids out there, if you're a teacher, pastor, whatever, just email, I think it's city.clerk@stocktonca.gov. Set up your own tour, your own experience. So thank you, Catherine, and thank you to the team who supported that. And she has I Love Stockton bracelets. If the council can please get one today. I love that bracelet. My friend took mine. All right. I want to address the shooting of the peacekeeper and the stabbing of the political consultant we talked about earlier. Crime is a real issue everywhere. And I really get baffled when I look online and all I see from, and I'm not going to say the outlet, but one outlet, all it does is talk about shooting, stabbing, shooting, stabbing, shooting, stabbing. There's a lot more going on in Stockton, but nonetheless, because there is a lot going on, this tends to cloud those efforts. I have said repeatedly, and it's going to go down in history, how many times I've said I'm not happy with the work we're doing in OVP. I think that violence prevention, we should be doing a lot more. I think we should be, and the city manager I know is on top of that with his team, but I just want to say this for the public. Privately, I have lots of discussions around what I think we should be doing with OVP, what I think we should be doing to outreach to the young people, what I think we should be doing to partner with some of these communities. I think that we as a council need to pass more aggressive policies on how we address some of our hot zones and really identify where our hot zone areas are and create those opportunity partnerships where we can invest and then create stronger ordinances to weed out the bad guys. And I'll be bringing forth some ideas to the city manager and staff, and then also to council, because I do think that there's more that we could be doing. But after 5 homicides, a shooting, a stabbing, a shooting of our own staff, I don't know what Stockton's used to, so I'm going to talk about living in Miami, New York, and LA. Our mayor would be out on the news with our chief. Our council would be out on the news with our chief, and people don't want me to be out there on the news, but we need to get out there with our public. And I think that a public safety forum is something this council should consider, where we can go as a council, have a special meeting. We did it at the Fox Theater. We should allow the members of the public to come out and have a lot more time than 2 minutes to have engaged discussion around what's happening, but also hear from our chief around parenting with a purpose. I mean, a lot of the concerns I have is some of our families who aren't keeping their house in order. If your kids are going out shooting, stabbing, people in your house are going out shooting, stabbing, there are cities where if you live in a house and you commit a violent crime, everybody in the house gets evicted. I think there needs to be more accountability on our public, because the officers can't do everything alone and this council can't do everything alone. But I do suggest to staff that we consider a public safety forum. Now, whether or not this request falls on deaf ears or not, I'll leave it with the public to witness whether we do it or not. But the public is asking, and I talked to Assemblywoman Ransom, who also asked, what are we doing to get out there and talk to our public? And I think we should do more. I do want to ask one of my colleagues to second an agenda item that I want on the very next council meeting. Being that we're getting out of here soon, there's stuff that could have gone on this council meeting but didn't. But I want to agendize appointee evaluation in the process on how we evaluate our appointees. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Okay, thank you. I want to shout out the Zumba ladies in Western Ranch. I am not a Zumba person, but I did get out there the other day, and I did it as much as I could. I want to invite any of you who want to go, Councilman Ponce, if you want to stop on the way to work, we can get out there and Zumba. But that group is just an amazing group of women. They're often thrown out here as if people who are just ignoring them. They don't want to go in the school. They like being outside. They know they have the option to go inside, but they will be at my National Night Out on August 4th at Paul Weston Park from 4 to 8. We're going to do a Zumba competition. They made me promise that the winning group would get Starbucks, so we'll be over at Starbucks. But everybody's welcome to that. It's a fun event. She took Latin Magic from me, so I won't have them. I'll figure out my entertainment now that they're unavailable. But we'll have great entertainment, lots of stuff for kids to do. It's completely free. And I want to thank our community partners, Niagara Water and other partners who are pitching in to make this a community thing that people will remember for a long time. I want to thank Penny and the public works staff for keeping my district clean, for being very responsive. Penny likes to get out there. When you email him, be very careful. He will pop up. He went out there the other day. He came out with, he didn't even want to hear the complaint. He came up with an immediate solution that made the person complaining have to really think about if they wanted that solution or not. So I really like that, and I told the city manager, I really do appreciate how dedicated you are to supporting council and all the things we have going on. Georgia Brown Lee, thank her for the backpack giveaway. She just did this phenomenal backpack giveaway. I'm going to joke and say she didn't invite me, but she did. I just didn't get the invitation, but I did show up, and she does a great job for our community. And I just want to thank everybody. But because I didn't know enough to promote it, this Saturday we'll be having a pool party for all the kids there in Sierra Vista, so you're more than welcome to come out. I don't know what the rules are if you don't live in the area, so if you bring kids that don't live in Sierra Vista, I don't know the rules, but that's where I'll be. Saturday, I'm also going to be the keynote speaker for the, let me get the group here. Where's it at? Okay, I'll come back to that in a second. Okay. So I also want to talk about the People's Forum. You know, when the grand jury report came out and the mayor had her plan on how she wants to address it, the matrix and all the things, and remember I asked that we include the original grand jury report so that way it's a holistic approach to the government that was in crisis and the government that's now in turmoil. She came up with her plan, her points. She went out and talked to the constituents that elected her. That's her right. People have been calling me, emailing me, texting me saying, why is the council not doing this? Why is the council not doing that? Every council member up here, including the mayor, has the same authority to get out and talk to people in this community about whatever they want. I'm not managing what other people are doing. That document, though, is not a document sanctioned by the council. We did not create that together, and you can't throw the government in turmoil and then go out and tell everybody how you're going to fix it alone. It's all of us that are going to do it, and when the council does pass whatever that resolution is in compliance with, or not compliance, but in response to what the grand jury asked, it will be a well thought out, detailed plan that holds us all accountable. Because as I told our city attorney, who's somewhat absent, I don't know where she went, I told our city attorney her job is to protect the city from us too. And the reality is, and we talked about $770,000 in fees to do investigations, there's at least 2 lawsuits that are pending that are coming before this city where the taxpayers are going to pay millions of dollars for it potentially, even in defending it. And this group knows about it, and nobody's listened. And I will tell you, I'm done being the guy standing in a burning house and screaming fire. I'm just going to go out and talk to the people and let the people decide what they want, what they don't want. And so the People's Forum was the beginning of that process, because this is the people's house. And when you talk about the people, you have to not only go out and hear what they want to say, but you got to act on what they ask for. And although I had a travel nightmare that prohibited me from coming, and I called in on a cell phone, there were over 100 people that did show up who were very passionate about the direction of our city. And as a result, out of one of those discussions, I'm going to be creating the Stockton Advisory Council for Culture and Entertainment. That is something that I know I can bring to the city because I have all the relationships, and I do believe our underutilized facilities, a culture and a community that's desiring for more entertainment, more opportunity, that's something that I know I can bring to the city without having to politic those opportunities. But when you think about wilding out, here's what I want the community to remember. When you invite new people into our community and you welcome them in to come and bring their resource, their platform, their money, don't abuse those relationships, because everybody's watching. It makes it more complicated. But I met with a promoter today, and what I'm going to do with him is just partner to create an event that Cardi B's manager created in Delaware called Trap Stock. And it's like Woodstock for hip hop and R&B music, but we're going to do it in 2027 at the Weber Point around my birthday. So it's a thing that I have to be at. But also can promote what he's doing to bring entertainment to our community, but also to make it a destination for people in the surrounding communities and beyond Stockton to want to come and participate, but more importantly, bring their money here, because we do need more money. I want to thank Councilmember Enriquez for hosting the People's Forum in my absence, and all of the leaders, all the District 6 commissioners, all our community leaders across the city who participated. David, you did not show up. You were invited, so I'm putting you on blast. Show up at the next one. And no, I don't want to hear it. But anyway, there'll be more to come, and I want to see everybody. Everybody's invited. I want to go back to the Mayor's Forum. She held a forum in my district, District 6, Western Ranch, that I wasn't invited to, and I just think that when you come into our districts, you should invite the council people there to help support what you're doing, because we are not adversaries, we are partners, and I want everybody up here, including the mayor, to be successful. But when you come into my district and you don't have conversations with us and you don't tell us, it's kind of hard for us to be present and support. But what I do want people to do, no matter who comes to the district, whether it's Padilla, whether it's the mayor, whoever, be very respectful of everybody that's elected that comes in, to hear how we can work to better serve our community, because we are a team. It's not my district alone. It is all of our responsibility as we govern the city, as is all their districts. I'm going to be going to their districts to talk to people who invite me in, and this is not a gang. This is a group of people that care about the whole city. I had a meeting in New York with DoorDash. I didn't know that DoorDash partners with local food banks to help deliver food to people who can't come down and pick it up. So we're going to be facilitating a meeting with the county and our food bank and DoorDash to see how we can create a partnership to get to help make it easier for people to get access to food. The District 6 development meeting we had with staff and our commissioners to look at the future development of District 6. We're going to have a meeting with developers in Stockton, the county, the state, outside the state, and outside the country who want to come to Stockton and do business on September 2nd. That meeting is going to be a meeting that we've been working on for a while, and I'm excited to say that not only is District 6 open for business, but we want to figure out a way to make District 6 not only the safest district in the city right now by stats, you can check the numbers, but a place where people want to live and raise their children and also do business. I want to say RTD should be ashamed of themselves for how disrespectful they've been to this council, how disrespectful they've been to our community, and how intentionally reckless they've been with the service they need to provide to our constituents. The fact that they have been playing ring around the rosy with their CEOs, board members coming, firing, going, and we still don't have a report on what's happening for our districts. All the while, I'm seeing this transportation company, money going here, there. I can't wait until the day I get to testify. But RTD needs to come down here and be responsive to this council's request, or I will go to Department of Transportation, because I've already gone to the controller, but there needs to be some accountability. Donald Tafoya has come up here, I think his name is Donald Tafoya, he's come up here and disrespected me so many times. Not that I care, because if you watch my interviews, I have thick skin. But if you can come up here and throw out all these homophobic rhetorics and not come before the council that I've asked him to come here so we can talk about his appointment, that needs to happen at the next council. I don't know why it's been delayed, because we removed Pat, and then all of that when she made people upset, but one rule for one has to be for everybody. The other thing is that the state controller, once she renders her report, she and I have talked about her coming to Stockton to go through the findings and to hold a forum on how she's cleaning up California. I will work to see if I can get a date on when that report will be finalized, but she continues to dig, and she continues to find, and she continues to ask. And I just want to thank Malia Cohen and her staff for all the work that they have done, because she is the one person that I have told her, you have given me faith in government, because everybody else, in my opinion, has failed Stockton to this day. And the last thing I will say is that I'm really excited for the direction that this council says it wants to go in, but I want to be very clear in my commitment to never changing my commitment to the people, how I plan to advocate, how I plan to communicate, and how I plan to use all of my resources and platforms to do so. And the last thing is our auditor is here in the building. I just want to acknowledge you. I am so excited to get you started. And the first order of business should be you taking our ethics hotline over so that way you can make sure that our staff feels safe to come to work every day. Thank you.
Any other council members wish to speak? Oh, Councilman Blower.
First thing I wanted to mention, going back to July 9th, just wanted to again congratulate Deputy Chief Annabelle Morris for being recognized as Woman of the Year by Senator McNerney's office. I missed the speeches because I was running the SAJAFCA meeting, which started at the same time as that, but I did get in there and caught the tail end of the event. So just very, very happy for her and think that it's very well deserved. Other events that have happened since the last council meeting, July 11th through 12th was Stockton Con, and that was a great time for the community. I want to thank Mike Millerick for continuing to put on this event. I think he's been doing it since 2012, and so just a great celebration of pop culture, and love that it happens right here. And I got to meet Eric Estrada, so that was pretty cool. Paid him $40 and got a selfie with him. So anyway, then moving to this last weekend, Family Promise, Troy Guasdorf and his organization put on the Family Fun Festival. I joined Councilmember Enriquez for that event. Seemed to be fairly well attended. There were people there with lots of smiles on their faces. Looking forward, August 4th, I am looking forward to National Night Out. I'm going to try and make as many of those events in my district as I can. Just a couple of updates in the district. The Groupie Park pickleball courts, they are moving along. Work is going well. They're actually a bit ahead of schedule, and we will be scheduling and announcing a ribbon cutting, some kind of an event, and that will most likely take place in August. So very, very excited about that. Also, there will be an Exelou bathroom that will be right in that area that is going to happen right around the same time. Benjamin Holt resurfacing, that has come along quite well. I think striping is about the last thing that needs to happen, and that's coming along. The Hammer Lane resurfacing, there has been a little bit of a delay, and that is due to some work that Caltrans is doing. So hopefully that won't delay it too long. But that, again, is moving forward. And I guess just the last thing I'd like to say, very, very pleased with the neighborhood traffic calming measure that we voted on, the item that we voted on to move forward. Both Venetian Gardens, Grouse Run, and Swain Oaks Manor, Longview, I received calls from constituents there that really have been wanting this for a long, long time. So I'm very happy for both of those groups that is going to finally happen and will happen sooner than later now. And those are my comments.
Councilman Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for coming today, even though little difficulties with our IT stuff, and it's a progress, but we're getting better and we're going to get it. So I wouldn't know what to do. But I just want to start up thanking our city manager, public works director, for everything you guys doing. They make us look great, all my constituents look great, so we appreciate you. As well, big shout out to Sergeant Patrick High, every day that he does in our community, every time he needs some cleanup, everything, and he's right there with his crew. So big shout out to him. And as well, I want to thank Code Enforcement, Public Works, Nancy Lamb, 29 Cares for everything they're doing in our community. This past weekend, very busy with a lot of the lowrider clubs. Appreciate all you guys are doing for the kids that are coming back to school, even for kids that are autistic. So I've been around with them. They give out a lot of free food for the need, backpacks, school supplies for them. So I much appreciate it, and I know a lot of my colleagues are going to be doing the same throughout the week. So kudos to them as well. Edible Schoolyard, big support of them. I obviously just contribute some funds to them. So if you live in a neighborhood in the area, a box track, every Wednesday you have a Brown Deck Day. If you need food for their, for your kids or for their housing, please come by. It's from 12 to 2 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, but they are always there every Wednesday. This past Friday, Ultra Rights Ways Wonders. It was at Shirley Park. It was a night for kids to get on the splash pad. They had board games, painting, food, drinks. It was just a great event. I stopped by for a while, and I continue. Hopefully, we could do another event, and it was a great turnout. So that was another great thing in District 5. One thing I do want to address, and it's a really big issue, and I know I've been speaking about it, and I do have someone that's going to propose a plan here for our dogs in our neighborhoods. It is impacting this every week. You're hearing incidents, biting kids, elders. I mean, it's just we got to come with the solution. So, but I want to thank Stockton Street Dogs for every day they are in the community, feeding some of these dogs and giving them water through these hot days, dehydrated. So just want to give a big shout out to them. And I do have another little small carnival I'm going to be doing in my district before the end of the year for these kids before they go to school. Haven't chosen a location, but it's been a great summer. Susan Park Pool has been wonderful. A lot of these parks I've been pulling up, making sure that they're cleaned up. Get out the car, pick up. So it's been a great summer, and I just want to thank all city staff, PD, firefighters, everything you guys are doing. I want to thank my staff for all the good wins today. So we got a lot of stuff to do for the end of the year, but also big support Barrio Fiesta 26. I'm a big sponsor to them. As you know, we have a big community when it comes to in this area for a Filipino community. They're going to be doing foods, backpacks, all kinds of goodies. So if we can go, if you can, donate your time or participate. We haven't had it for a few years, and it's going to be downtown Waterpoint. Another thing, I just also wanted to do a quick update on ad hoc committee. We've been working on 2 projects for unsheltered residents for over a year. I know we haven't had a meeting recently, but because the staff has been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, and I appreciate all the efforts. But we have a lot of great things coming up, and myself and our chair will be addressing it on our next committee, August 13th, so look out for that. So on that, I wish everyone a great week and a great weekend ahead of you. Thank you.
Councilman, oh my gosh, Enriquez.
Yes, Councilman Enriquez, District 4, everybody. I'll be here all day. Thank you, Mayor. So I'm kind of all over the place because I had to write all my council comments on my notebook due to my iPad, but just so folks know, usually I like to be a little bit more organized. But I just want to say it's been just a very productive last couple of 2 weeks since our first meeting here at City Hall. But I want to start off with Lewis Park and the folks that spoke about the incidents of public safety that have been going on throughout the city. And I want to talk about just generally, but particularly in my district in Lewis Park. And, I had a community walk a couple months ago with our public safety officers, and knowing that there's different ways that we can talk about public safety. So know that, I did my inaugural walk the block with Mario. There will be a couple more coming this year, particularly in District 4, but know that Lewis Park is a priority area where we're going to bring different partners that represent public safety and community groups as well to these events. So know that is in the pipeline, and when also in that area, I've been in Pixie Woods. I know the mayor and I, we've been to Pixie Woods about 2 months ago. We did a park cleanup. We planted trees with several organizations. So know in terms of the investment, this council, we're laser focused when it comes to Lewis Park. As well as the infrastructure. I think there was at least 8 potholes that I fixed alongside that main road on Lewis Park. We did some renovations in our baseball fields. When you get off the Monte Diablo exit. We also worked with our in-house folks I did about 7 months ago, as well as a speed bump that was installed. So if folks ask about what I'm doing there, I just told you. If you want to learn more, come to my coffee chats. If you want to learn more, call me, 209-645-2711. But I take things very seriously when it comes to different parts of my district. So if folks are saying that I'm not doing something, please, I'd be happy to have a conversation with you in terms of what I need to do for you all. When it comes to community service development, I want to congratulate them. We had a great meeting yesterday, and know that, with the vote that we just did today with this council, data analysis is going to be something that I know I'm going to be looking at, and something that I asked them, and I know they also are in agreement to know where Measure M dollars are going. And the investment is where you see it. You see it when our kids are playing. You see it when they go out to the library. You see it when you go to the community centers and we have events there. When we have Tai Chi classes in the morning. Those are your Measure M dollars at work. So with the data analysis component that they're going to be bringing in, we'll be able as a council to ask, if you have an activity guide, that's great. If you're saying you have 200 events, but only X% show up, not to say that there's an issue, now we have data to back up the work that we're doing and the money that you're investing in. So I'm really excited about that. Also, I know I mentioned at the last meeting, but also know that we are doing our red stripes at Angel Cruz Parks in the double park zone. I know we did a tour with our code enforcement a couple weeks ago, but I want to let folks know, whether you live in District 2 or not, it's something that it's a priority. I know Councilwoman Ponce makes that a priority as well. So I want to thank her just for her leadership. Also, we have Mornings with Mario. We had something this past weekend. Just to give you a quick overview of my schedule, I was in Los Angeles for the National Association of Latino Elected Officials Monday through Friday. I drove with Mayor Hernandez from Riverbank. We get back around midnight. 10 o'clock the next day, I have my Mornings with Mario. And then from 10 to 11:30, we have guest speaker Peter Ragsdale, because I wanted constituents to learn about Edison House and to still see comments online about why it's being built. We had a groundbreaking. I said, it was voted on before I was a council member, so I say, you know what, I can't speak for my predecessor, but all I can do now is listen and convene people and get unanswered questions answered. So we had a really good discussion of his work, what Edison House meant, and I'm happy that when the folks left that meeting at House of Shaw, they said, I feel good about this project now. And that's the goal. You want to assure the residents that live in the neighborhood to know that what that development is going to mean for people who need help, are in house, 14 beds committed to our veterans. That's the priority. So I'm thankful for him and just the conversation. Then 11:30 hits. I walk down to get coffee, and then I get a call from Vice Mayor Lee, and he says, Councilmember Enriquez, 911. I said, oh my God, you're scaring me. What's going on? He says, I can't make it back. I need you to facilitate this, the People's Forum. And then I had to just get mentally prepared, 3-4 hours later to do this forum. But I think with that forum, I think what I took away with it was, I mentioned this when we did the Oak Park pool opening with the Compassionate City resolution. I think this has been the third instance this year where I really felt hope. I felt energized. I felt optimistic for the future of our city, because it was an energy where you're listening to people. You all know I can talk for 15 minutes on the dot when it comes to these comments, but when it comes to really listening to people, I think for me, having my facilitator hat on again, which I haven't used in a while, it was really great to hear. And it's funny, Councilman Padilla, you mentioned about solutions. I literally said that first opening sentence when I facilitated. I said, you know what? From this conversation, if you're going to raise your hand, if you're going to complain about something, come with a solution when you speak. I was very clear in how I facilitated the conversation. So it's funny how she mentioned that, because that was something that I wanted to focus on, and not complaining in negative energy, but really about the solutions that the Vice Mayor, his vision about what he wanted to convene people together. And to see 100+ people from all districts come was something that was really impactful, and I'm really grateful that we had that conversation, and I know there'll be several more. But thank you for that opportunity, even though it was on the spot. I was also reading comments about, we're all, at the end of the day, we're a team. There should not be one instance where if there's something going on in our districts, that representative from that district should know what's going on. If you're a staff member and you're inviting someone and you're not inviting the council member of that district, that's a problem. If you're listening, over communicate, don't under communicate. Because I'll tell you right now, if any one of my colleagues need help in their districts to step up and represent, I'll be there. And I think there's been at least one instance where I've done that for each and everybody up on this dais. Whether it was missing a committee meeting and jumping in as an alternate, whether joining them to present a certificate where they couldn't last minute, or facilitating a town hall. I always show up, and that's on the record, and my colleagues know that. So whatever you all need, you know that I am always have been a team player. When it comes to requests for funds, from folks asked, we did have some new policy changes mid last year. Please go to our council member pages and the mayor page on the Stockton City website. There is a drop-down menu that says request for funds. There is a form you have to fill out. So please don't just randomly text one of us or an email saying, hey, this is a flyer, I need support. Please go to that form and attach it, because I'll tell you, it'll be a lot faster if you already have that attached form filled out when you make an ask. So I just wanted to put that out there. In terms of infrastructure, again, I know I'm thankful that Bianchi Road was a big win. We've had 3 community meetings at least. I know Anita, who owns a business on the Miracle Mile, lives on that street. Her and her husband, I know, sent me a text earlier, and they're super excited about this project and how it'll happen this year. And I'll be there to ensure and give you updates along the way on my social media. Same thing goes for Oxford Circle, and of course the new infrastructure today on Persissi Lane and March Lane. And then also doing a follow-up from last spring, this council voted to support a project on Alpine and Grange Avenue. So I wanted to, I know Penny and I have been chatting because I want to make sure that that gets followed through as well. I know I mentioned Naleo, but one of the things about that conference that I was really thankful for is that, you know, I was around a lot of this energy of, I think prepared me for the People's Forum, to be honest. But, you know, we had Senator Padilla, gubernatorial candidates, people that I haven't seen in 10, 15 years. And when it comes to youth development, I met someone that I hadn't seen since 2009. Her name is Selena Villanueva, and she's a state senator for Illinois. And it was the first time I've seen her since. And I remember when we were in this small, dingy conference room planning the annual Latino Civil Rights Conference. We were just part of the youth group, so people always shunned us and always kind of overlooked us. But now to be elected, it said a lot, because we actually joked about that and talked about that when we were in that conference room planning this conference. And then now, 15, 20 years later, we're in these positions to help people. So it really meant a lot, and just to make connections and to bring ideas back. There was a big conversation about artificial intelligence and how local leaders, state leaders are really going to tackle this moving forward. So I attended at least 2 of those sessions, and I'll be happy to give a summary on my social later this week. Planning and zoning, I had a good conversation with Ms. Ocasio to discuss just in terms of what LEDGE can do moving forward about our fast food restaurants and the concentration of fast food restaurants, and creating some type of concentration formula is something that they're going to be working on and presenting to staff. But I've been learning a lot too, and I even had those conversations with the electeds at the conference about zoning laws, and there was another program that I did where she works for the planning department for the city of Fresno, so she was educating me about what they do. I was giving her my vision, and just it was a good back and forth discussion about policy. World Cup, congratulations to all those that love España. Go you, we love it. But ultimately, I was telling my mom the other day, I said, Ma, I don't know why this World Cup had so much more energy than the one 4 years ago, because when we moved back in 22, I didn't pay attention to it. And then she said, Mijo, the answer is, like, don't you get it? I was like, I really don't know the answer. And she said, the time zone. She's like, we can actually be on, like, we can actually be awake and watch the games versus, 3, 4 in the morning and the game's going on. And I said, oh, that's probably why, because I'm not going to wake up that early. And some of my colleagues know, if it's not before 10 a.m., I'm not going to pay attention to it. But I want to thank Kelly again. We had a final World Cup there again, and we did another watch party. But just the entire experience, particularly for me in District 4, supporting a small business, bringing people together. People want things to do. And that's why we always joke, there's always something to do in Stockton. This narrative of there's nothing to do. Look at the activity guide. Look at the events we all do. Look at the events that you all do. I reshare a lot of things that you all do on social media. So I get tired, reshare, because you all are busy. You all want to bring thoughtful things to our community, and as advocates and ambassadors of the city, that's our job to get that information out there. And then also on this Saturday, the Mormon Slough Design Visioning Session is happening, session number 2, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Sycamore, which is at 630 East Weber Avenue. There's also an extreme heat training this July 23rd. Doors open at 5:30, program 6 to 7:30, 27 South Grand Street. For constituents that are listening, the speeding on West Lane, I'm working on it. Ms. Tucker, we've been calling you back, but we got you. And the alleyway closure is happening, and you will get an email update. So if you're listening, if you know, you know. Upcoming ledge, Monday, 7/27, this Monday, 3 to 4:30. Councilmember Villaputo, I want to thank you. You've manifested it because it is now happening. The animal-related ordinance is on the agenda for this Monday, and we will have a good discussion on this. And, you know, this is the second meeting we've had since we're barely going to have our ledge meeting. So, again, timing. But with all the other things we have, there's about 10 things on the docket. So I want people to know that it's not going to happen tomorrow, but with anything policy-related, at least locally, it's a lot faster than federal government, but there are about 10 things on the docket from July meeting through October. But again, we'll be sure to keep people posted on where things are. And again, if my colleagues are open to meeting more than once in a month, we can do that. But I just want to put that out there in case folks are wondering why certain things are taking too long. Tenants' Rights Town Hall, it's finally coming also next Monday, 6 to 7. Doors open at 5:30 at Oak Park Senior Center. And again, I want to thank our Deputy City Manager, Christine Tien. Her and I have just been really just deep diving into what we envision. I know I want to thank Vice Mayor Lee, who will also be there to support and also co-lead with me on it. But it's something that we've been thinking about on our continuum of housing. And also, one way that people can become unhoused is if you can't afford your rent. And this is for the renters, the tenants, because not everybody can buy a house. I'm a renter. I don't know when I'll be able to buy a house, but maybe in 10 years we'll see. But it's something that we have to address, because when I see comments about that tenants' rights, people are excited about it. They're energized about the conversation, about the realities they're facing, hearing them out, and be able to facilitate a discussion of what they want in terms of policy that we can moving forward. So more to come on that. I'll be sure to give a summary, but everyone is welcome. Everyone is invited to join us next Monday, 6 to 7. And then August 1st, we have the Yosemite Street annual cleanup. I know the mayor will be there because her and I usually go for the last couple of years. So it'll be at 9 a.m. at Yosemite Street. Please join us. It's their 4th annual, I believe, or maybe longer. And then Tuesday, August 4th, City Clerk, do you know if on the Coast Guard flag raising, will it be?
It's at 9 a.m. here at New City Hall.
Perfect. And that'll be the first branch that'll be officially here at New City Hall. So congrats to the U.S. Coast Guard on Tuesday, August 4th. So join us at 9 a.m. Like many of my colleagues have shared, National Night Out will be coming. I think last year I went to about 10 or 11. This year I hope to beat my record. But I want to thank our police department. They shared all the locations. And learning from last year, I want to put it out there. For folks that put the addresses of where they're hosting, please let us know if you want us to publicly put that out there. Because the way I see, and this is my own personal opinion, not on behalf of my colleagues, that these National Night Outs are for the entire community. And if you feel like they're not for the community, then please disclose that when you give your addresses to the police department. Because I know last year I posted all the addresses or the locations that were happening in District 4, because sometimes accessibility is real. It's Disability Pride Month. We want to make sure that people can be able to access the ones that they can, and also times are slightly different. So again, be mindful of that too when you are hosting, that there are other things that maybe you may not see, but others would greatly appreciate. So I look forward to connecting with our city manager and our police department, that when we get that list, I will ask them specifically, can I post these publicly? And then what else? Let's see, I got 10 seconds. As always, just reach out to me, District 4, DISC4 at stocktonca.gov or 209-645-2711. Again, I'm here to work for you, and go District 4.
Councilwoman Ponce.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to agree that with Councilwoman Padilla, sideshows are affecting everyone's district, especially in mine. I be seeing them more frequently. As we wrap up today's meeting, I do want to leave you all with one important message. If you see something, say something. We all have a responsibility to keep our community safe. We need to look out for one another. Strong communities are built when people are willing to stand together, support one another, and speak up when something doesn't feel right. I will be volunteering August 1st at the Loyalty and Family Backpack Giveaway happening at 47 Kentfield Road between 11 to 2 p.m. I will be volunteering and donating money to that organization. Also, August 4th, I'm very excited because it's National Night Out. This is my second time joining, and I hope to visit all the places in my district, and I'm more than happy to connect with everyone there. So thank you and good night.
Okay, so first I want to talk about, we had a director who had an opportunity to go to another city, and I had a conversation with that director, and they decided to stay. So I'm super happy about that, because Lord knows we've had people talk about the movement of our employees and why are they staying, why are they going? Well, not why they're staying, but why they're going. School, slow down. When kids are back in school, please slow down when you are in a school area. 25 miles an hour. You're getting to somewhere on the time you want, and somebody's life, there's no comparison. I was going to go to you first. Diana Butner, thank you. Be part of the solution. We definitely need to make sure that people can hear the meetings. And I don't know if we can get headphones for you to wear or something along that line. But we definitely have to do that, or closed captioning. But I know some people have vision as well. So let's look for something to do for those that are hard of hearing, because whenever I speak at different groups, people thank me because my voice carries. I have a teacher voice, and they're able to actually hear me, whereas sometimes they can't hear a person, and they get frustrated. Yolanda, I appreciated her comment. You know, she is trying to do better in her community. She did talk about misinformation and not wanting to share that. I agree with that. I appreciate that. Victoria Hernandez, about the smoke shop 4th and Center. She was at my town hall. I know that I shared that with city manager on Monday, but no dumpster. She didn't share no dumpster. So they should be having some kind of trash there. I can't imagine that they don't have a garbage can. And then Wilson Way and Walnut Smoke Shop, definitely need to make sure that somebody is doing a compliance check with them. Oh, and back on, well, I don't want to give too much information out. Okay, illegal fireworks. I got an email from Sierra Freeman, very concerned about the illegal fireworks that are going on, what it does to pets, what it does to people who have PTSD or trauma, environmental air quality, wildlife. I also agree, I don't think we need fireworks umpteen times at a baseball game. They don't do it at football games that I know of, unless it's Super Bowl, but it's not happening there. And Major League Baseball isn't doing it, so why are we doing that here? I guess it's for entertainment, but the downside is real for many people. I have rotating town halls, so it will be in everybody's district. It's advertised in advance. I have a calendar. I'm happy to share it with you of where we will be for the town hall. I was given a number of issues. What's happening to the central library downtown, getting that information done, because it's going to be closing and there is work that's going to be done there. Also, weeds on El Dorado, making sure that we are taking care of those. I went over all of these with the city manager. Planting trees where there is a vacant planter spot on the area between the sidewalk and the street. And then the possibility, I know there's grant money out there, of getting those trees and then getting a water truck that can go around and water those trees. Crosswalk at Center and 2nd Street with some flashers so that they can get to Edison High School, because there's a lot of traffic there, and some teenagers just walk right into the street. They don't look. McKinley Community Center, I was asked about books, like a library. Yes, I was told that that could happen. Okay. Happy about all the union contracts that have been already ratified. Tonight was BNC and SCEA, and I think we have one more outstanding, but we've gotten all of them done before August 1st, which I think is nice. Channel Street, we did a ribbon cutting for Channel Street, and then what's up next is Main Street and Market. So we've done Minor, Channel, Weber. Next up is Main and Market, and tomorrow night from 6 to 7 at the Robert J. Cabral train station, there is going to be a community meeting. Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative. No public funds were spent other than my funds in my pocket, not the city funds. No taxpayer funds were paid by that. A lot of great ideas from other cities. We were able to share, or I was able to share, there was no we, I was able to share a number of the things that we do here that they were interested in, and many of the mayors loved the See Something, Say Something campaign, and they said they were interested in doing a national adoption of that. So thank you, Chief, for bringing that. Public art. We had Ariana, excuse me, on all of the people. So we had Ariana Huffington, who was one of our speakers, and she talked about the importance of art and how it can really change where people live. It can make it safer, you know, more vibrant, people getting out, being in the streets. And I'm looking forward to applying for one of those grants through, or the foundations through Bloomberg Connect. AI, another big topic, AI, working smarter, not harder. You would be amazed at what it can do, what we were able to do just in 10 minutes there by putting certain information in, because it is data should be driving our decision making. Public narrative was another session, talked about story of self, story of us, story of now, teaming to innovate, trying new things, delivering results. I met Darren Walker. He is the CEO for Anonymous Content down in LA, where it's a production company, but he used to work for the Ford Foundation. He was the vice president for the Rockefeller Foundation, and now he's a board trustee for the Bloomberg Philanthropies. And he said there's money out there, we just have to ask and have a plan. I met Cassie at Bloomberg Philanthropies, and she's from Stockton, and she was like, oh my gosh, somebody from Stockton. So it was nice. She's happy in New York, but she does miss home, but she loves New York. Okay, July 1st email. I mentioned it earlier. It clearly said on that email, attorney-client privilege. I'm interested. I see Hannah's here. I'm very interested to know where she got it from, because everybody up here on council, we were the only ones to get it from the city attorney. And it makes me sad to hear that somebody will release something anyway, whether we vote for it or not, it's going to get released. And that's a clear violation. And those are things that are mentioned in the grand jury report. We need to make sure that we are following the law and the rules, because as our attorney said, she's trying to protect her counsel, but she can't if counsel violates the law. Pools, I'm going down my list. Pools, you know, having 10 open this summer, I think is big for the community. And Foshan, China. Foshan, China was here. They're one of our sister cities. They came. I met with them last year when they came. I've met with them several times when they've been out here to Stockton. And it was really nice. They were very happy with all the people that could be there. Most of council couldn't. I know the vice mayor joined them, I think, for lunch. But I was out of town, and they were very impressed with what they were able to do, the people they were able to see, our police department, and things of that nature. They went and saw the flag at Weber Point Event Center. And I think that might be it. I'm looking forward to the city manager going to Bloomberg Harvard Institute in August. You are going to have a fabulous time with top tier individuals who are helping cities be better. Better for the people that live there, better for the businesses that are owned and operated in a city, and you will be getting the exact same readings that I did. So make sure you read before, because they're going to ask you to comment on it. You raise your hand. It literally was like a classroom with 44 mayors from around the world. But I will be putting together a report out on that with the city manager when he's finished with his, because we are doing a key priority project for the city of Stockton. And with that National Night Out, I'm hoping to visit every district, at least one of the locations. And it's difficult because our city is spread out. So it's not always easy to get from one end of the city to the other. Unless you're on El Dorado and you're hitting all the green lights, then you can get all the way to North Stockton faster than you can on the freeway. So I think that's the end. We will be going to a closed session right now, and I need to read out what we're doing. So for item 14.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and that is we will be recessing closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. For 14.1, conference with labor negotiators, this body will recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. Then item 14.3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. This body will recess to closed session and pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. And then we have 14.4, public employee evaluation. This body will recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and 54956.9C. And before we go, the anticipated litigation regarding the agenda item description should be: city is in receipt of information concerning facts and circumstances that might result in litigation against the city, which are known to a potential plaintiff that pertain for both a potential environmental related claim and an employment related claim by the potential plaintiff against the city. And with that, we are adjourned to closed session. You ready? Okay, okay. We are back from closed session. It is 6:20. City Attorney, do we have anything to report out?
No reportable action, Mayor.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Oh, okay. All those,
We
all
all
those
wanna-
in favor,
we all
say
wanna
aye.
leave. Aye.
Okay. We're adjourned, 6:20.